I mean, I mean, I guess they could do it with touchscreen. Switch has touchscreen. Are they cherry Switch? MX, I will only play this game if it's ported to the MX Cherry Browns. I understood that reference. This has to be like one of my earliest game starts of the month. You messed something up there, Stone. All right. Year 86 of the Fortress of Longdeath begins here in this place. Rumkish. Rumkarash? Longdeath. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm actually not sure how. You hit that, the pound sign. You know, I was very torn as to whether or not I should add a gun emote when I added the gun emote. But I'm kind of glad I did because it's the funniest thing ever next to dwarves. There's something just amusing about dwarves with guns. So we need another project, chat. We got that waterfall, that seasonal waterfall running, which has been great. We've had some natural deaths in the fort. We're actually down quite a few dwarves now. We're in late spring. We have 44 dwarves in the fortress. Natural deaths we've had are... Let's actually scroll down. I can show you. We lost Bastet of unnatural causes and berries of natural causes yesterday, which is kind of wild. We've had 2 dwarves die of old age. We've got a few other dwarves that are kind of getting close to being able to kick the bucket, including our glorious Mayor Squug, who's making a demand of windows. Okay, calm down, man. We've got dwarves doing many demonstrations. I'm kind of giving them another break, so they're just reading books, eating meals, and doing small jobs around the edges, but mostly working. Those 2x2 indents? These? Or are you talking about something else? Trying to think what the 2x2 indents are. Talking about the old bedrooms? These guys? Because these are old bedrooms. These? Yeah, these are what used to be our bedrooms. Until I knocked the walls down. Wait, how am I mean? I'm very confused. Giving them 2x2 bedrooms? They have these, which are 3x5, and half of them have basement suites. I did the 2x2s for the first 4 years when we were digging out the pit, so it was like a construction site, temporary housing. But as soon as we got the pit dug out, I dug out these side bedrooms, which are 3x6, or 3x5 rather. And then half of them, as I said, have an extra room beneath, which is another 3 all the way up to here. 3x6. I don't know what you're talking about, but I did the small bedrooms briefly. So yeah, I have a few dwarves that are depressed. Mostly due to small, very fixable things. So hopefully we can get that sorted. As far as named dwarves go, aside from the few deaths, the named dwarves are Euthyrus, Petra, Eternal, Horny, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Focal Fury, Nax, Coldfire, Brander Buddy, Nervicious, Trash Battery, a new dwarf, King, Polking, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Cryo, Spitalier, Apostle, Mika, Sparkly, Jack Nurik, Jackie, Goats, Pablo, Dragon Man, Sui, Wave Thrash, Vuzel, Sethatos, another new dwarf, also creator of Arch Crystal, Hobo, Squug, Rhinestone, Eripterus, Astro Banjos, Eric Shadowblade, Lump, Hot Cup of Tea, Cheers Jamie, Max, B-Lug, Gate Nerd, Jellybutt, who's still in prison, and Animal. Hello, Peter. Hope you're doing well. You go straight in with big rooms? I usually do that, unless it's a military fort. Military dwarves get smaller rooms. You're gonna work for the llama? Here's the thing. The most dwarves need to think it's a royal bedroom is 2x2. I've had people tell me that I'm too nice to my dwarves for making 2x2s. So I don't know what you're talking about. Also, most of these dwarves are thrilled about the royal living situations that they have, so I think you guys just play too much RimWorld. 3x3 mini rooms are cruelty? Okay. I mean, generally what I do if I'm trying to save space is I do the cross rooms where it's like, geez, like this. So you put in a bed, cabinet, coffer, and then a door. That's a cruelty room for me. But aside from that, usually my bedrooms are either that, or that. But right now we've gone with this size, so I don't consider that to be cruelty. Also considering half of them have the basement suites, which gives them their own dedicated table and chair. There we go. There's a properly assigned one. Yeah, I disagree that that's cruelty. Three spaces in one row and four in the next. That's pretty neat. Yeah. But yeah, not all of them get basement suites. Only the ones that hoard too much stuff. So the greedy dwarves basically get basement suites constructed once I notice that their rooms are full of shit. Like this one. Oopsies. This one right here needs a basement suite because it's full of stuff. Also, I think so does this one. No, you already have one. Yeah, you already have one in your basement. It's also full of stuff. But like this one needs a basement suite because it's filled with shit. So I don't know. As somebody who lives in a 400 square foot apartment, I think these are reasonable. Because they're the fort's founders? Can I just say something that I think is really interesting? And this is something that I've noticed over the past year. Is when I first started streaming Dwarf Fortress in 2018, people harassed me. Well, maybe not harassed me. That's the wrong word. Mocked me, I guess, for making bedrooms that were so huge. Why would you make your dwarves bedrooms that are 2x2? They don't need bedrooms that big. Come on. You're fucking flattering your dwarves. That's way too much space. Dwarves just need like a bedroom and a door. And I had so many people like yelling at me that I was well, maybe not yelling, but like borderline mocking me for making such large bedrooms. And now you guys are telling me that these are torture? When did the community become so nice to their dwarves? I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. I seem to recall you were one of the ones that, I seem to recall you were one of the ones that were saying, no, those are fine. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that that's interesting. Like, the DF community has, like, come over to my side almost. Yeah, I usually do the 3x4. 3x4 is generally the size I go for these days. Unless I'm making a intentionally kind of gnarly camp, like the Weekend Fort. The Weekend Fort is intentionally gnarly. I mean, I had someone was in here yesterday talking about how they don't even give their dwarves bedrooms. They just give them a bed in a large open space. So they have like, they're designated as bedrooms, but it's technically communal living. Now that we have seen the consequences. Here's the thing, right? I feel kind of vindicated. Like, I feel like I was yelling that we need to be nicer to dwarves and you'll get a much better time out of things a long time ago. You know what I mean? This is Cryo and Spitalier's bedroom. So Cryo and Spitalier get this table and chair and stuff assigned to them. Multiple shared rooms. I've done that too, but like while I'm setting up, right? CCX, it's good to see you. How's things? Do dwarves care if there's a workshop in their bedroom? Can't you sign a dwarf to a specific workshop? Oh, also, to anybody who's unaware, I didn't do a very good job starting the stream up today because my head is in a weird space today. The goal of this fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. That's the purpose and goal of this fortress, is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. Whose bedroom is this? That's Squug and Ryan's. Let's dedicate this to Ryan. Because Squug already has an office, because Squug is the mayor. How come I didn't dedicate all these? I thought I already did that. Oh, nobody owns that one. That's why. Huh. Anybody without bedroom? No, they're not. Well, that's fine. Now this one's trash. And Seth's bedroom. Because they took over bedroom of Bastet. Yeah, who passed away. I checked that earlier. There they go. Personal beer kegs in every bedroom? How's that spoiling, though? Because they need social activity. So don't you want them to go to a specific place to like congregate to get beer? I don't necessarily see that as spoiling. That's Cryo and Spitalier's room. I think spoiling them would be like making all of their furniture and stuff out of specific materials that they like. I've got light that's reflecting off of a window on the other side of my apartment complex that's like reflecting straight into my eye right now. It hurts. Right, yeah, Quatch. That's what I was referring to. A bedroom's so big they fall asleep trying to get to the bed. Yeah, that's effective. Apologies. Apparently I'm just having a sneezing fit. Jesus. think I just got some... I think I just swallowed some dust. That's what it feels like. If it's fixed or if it's personality? What, when they start heading to bed because they're tired? Or how tired they need to be before they start heading to bed? Motherfucker. Damn. I think it's just the second the arrow starts pointing down, yeah? Like, generally it looks like they're, like, yeah, it's that feeling when you start sneezing and you just can't stop. Yeah. But yeah, no, I always thought that it was just, like, when it triggers, when the down arrow triggers, they just go. That's how I always thought it worked. Probably. I just never cared to look. In regards to the wiki. Now I'm suddenly worried I'm going low. I feel like I'm going low. Good. Blood sugar has been no fun the last 72 hours. So is it based on mood, or is it based on, now my nose is running because of all this fucking sneezing. So is it based on personality, or is it based on, timer? Also, I'm literally doing this because you guys were telling me I'm mean to my dwarves. I'm like, I'll show you I'm not mean to my damn dwarves. Giving them rose gold and silver tables. God damn it. It's an article. Alrighty, we'll give. Please provide TLDR when finish. Because I'm curious. If you would be so kind. I'd love to know. Oops, I just put 2 more cabinets in there. 2 more than I needed. Never mind, a human caravan has arrived. Humans have arrived to trade. Is that a donkey? Whose donkey that is? Is that my donkey? That's my donkey. Apparently I have a donkey. I must have got a donkey and then chained it up and forgot I had a donkey. Actually, no, I know why I had a donkey, because I was worried about getting attacked by the elves. So I put a donkey out there, rather than slaughtering it. Well, that makes sense. I'm still kind of worried I'm going to get attacked by the elves. They sent a caravan, but nobody actually showed up. Donkey? Yeah, at some point we'll eat it. Or it'll die, one of the two. Honestly, it'll probably die before we eat it. I don't need a boning knife. I'm just selling all this stuff that's almost here already. Based on distance. There's a lot of random clothing that's like close by, but not that close. So I can pretty easily, like, find stuff that I need to get rid of. No, it's just the donkey will spot elves if they stealth onto the map. The fortress is Longdeath. I as the name Millennium isn't actually in the fortress title, I just put it there because I think it sounds cool. So the goal for this fortress is to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in-game time. So I'm unironically trying to keep this fortress alive and functioning for 1,000 years. We're currently on year 86, which means this fortress is 81 years old. So it's by far and away the longest fort I've done. 5-year world gen, yep. That new plane, no zombies, no villains, shine. It's also been interesting because we've... I'm getting a phone call, for fuck's sake, hold up. Hey, there we go. Yeah, no, a phone call from Pure Later going, hey, we can't deliver a package. And I'm like, fucking, yeah, no shit, you can't, because you didn't deliver it yesterday. All right. But yeah, no, I don't know what we're going to do in the year 1000. I mean, if I was going for year 2000, that would be a trip. I don't think I've seen a 2,000-year-old world yet. At least not in this not in this iteration of the world. A bunch of beeswax. I need to do something with that. All right, that's it. I mean, wouldn't it... based on famous wars in history, we don't need to go all the way to 1939 for fun. Like, we've got, like, the fall of the Roman Empire. We've got, like, the Crusades. We got plenty of fun stuff before then. I mean, the longest Longest world I've ever seen someone make in World Gen was I had someone in my chat for a while who was trying to make a 20,000-year-old world, and he finally succeeded, but it took him a very long time. But that was just a pocket world. That was just to see if you could actually do it. Whatever, 20K. Yeah, right? I haven't quite made it that far yet. Anything interesting there? A lot of necromancers. And a lot of books. And making writing illegal? I mean... Why don't I just let demons out? Wouldn't that be much easier than burning all books? Because books don't burn. I would literally have to throw the books into magma to get rid of them. And even then, that wouldn't actually get rid of them. They would just smolder for all eternity. Here, I'll show you. Give me a second, Mad. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy the cheese. Screw it. Someone can use the command if you want. As far as the embark size, the embark size is the default size. The actual area itself is fine and hasn't caused any lag. The fort is in a big old hole in the ground. As I said, I'm like weirdly off today. As for the world map, it's a small world, so it's not pocket, but it's quite small. We've got a bunch of goblins, a bunch of dwarves, a bunch of elves, and a bunch of humans, as well as a very alive and well kobold society down in the bottom right, which we can't actually see. But I know they're there because I looked at Legends, and I've looked at Legends recently. Current Wars is just the dwarves, and they are invading, and have been invading the goblins for, I don't know, years? So, Ratad? What's Ratad? Or is that the name of the person? Probably the last few, like 50 years. Like, no, they've been, my mountain home, this fortress right here, has been fighting with this one dwarven, or elven, no, elven, dark goblin fortress. I can't read today, of the Joyous Salval, since year, like, 6. So they've been fighting for, like, 80 years, basically. We are in the year, 86. So they've been fighting for about 80 years. About that. Their name is Outrage. Oh, that's a funny name. As far as fun projects that we've done so far, well, we have a terracotta army that I've been working on. I need to add some more. I think I'm going to add more statues to that today. And I've got the history of the fortress in these weird rooms in statues. So as big events happen, I make statues out of them, which has been fun. And then down here is our nice little maze, which I have 2 male Ettins up here. I'd like to find myself a female Ettin. We had a Cyclops in here, and the Ettins won versus the Cyclops. Although I think all the blood's been cleaned up. Yeah, it looks like all the blood's been cleaned up. Finally. All the blood and vomit. So, yeah, that's what we've been working on down here, is a little labyrinth for, you know, funsies. So yeah, that's what we've been working on in this fortress. Also, I love the fact that we've got this artifact throne right here on this green glass pedestal. But the funny thing about this artifact throne is because it's on a green glass pedestal that has like that green background, makes it look kind of fancier, I think. Was the hole natural? It took us a decade to dig the hole out and then another decade to get rid of all the boulders. We had like 30,000 molders at one point. You could literally have a human group called bandits. Huh. I'm totally naming my new band Bandit. So yeah, no, we've been working on this fortress for quite some time. But I think it's been fun. My streams are very much just me kind of babbling with gameplay in the background. So the people who are here for that have been very much enjoying this fort. Is it the most exciting fortress military-wise? No, because we're not at war with anybody and we don't really do a lot of murdery things, but that's what my other forts are for. Just vibing and surviving. Exactly, yeah. Vibing, telling the humans that they have to give us stuff or we'll invade them. Watching the humans have civil wars and laughing while we drink our beer and having a good time. We romanticize bandits? What? What bandits do we romanticize? Unless you're referring to, like, Robin Hood or something. I know we romanticize pirates. Can't really think. Like, what's a famous bandit group? Eripterus, hello. You are the only remaining original 7 dwarf. Because Pispan died of old age. And other dwarves have started dying of old age. Although you've got another, like, 10 years or so, I think, before you're going to randomly have threat of keeling over. I haven't heard of any of these. I haven't heard of the Daltons, Dastardly Rogues. Yeah, you're still kicking. Still writing books occasionally. And ever since you've remarried, you've been very happy. Oh, actually, you know what this is? This is a dwarf soap opera. That's what this actually is. Are you still alive and kicking? I think so, Scrumpet. Hold on, let me check real quick. There you are. Yeah, you're still our chief medical dwarf. You were appointed to the task after our original chief medical dwarf died. You're 67 years old. And you talk to your friend and you feel so fond. Yeah, I think my blood sugar's going low. I'm starting to lose eyesight. I will be back in a second. Hold on. All right, so update. I'm not low, but I feel like I'm low. Which is weird. This is bizarre. I'm not okay with this, but bizarre. All right, well, don't always trust your body, chat. But yeah, no, your dwarf is quite happy in her years. We do need to find you a lover at some point, but you've killed a couple Kias and things. Very corpulent, clean-shaven hair, nose that's extremely narrow, ears are very short. Personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have. Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Values holding back complaints and concealing emotions. values peace over war, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and does not respect the law. Seems like, you know, somebody from my age group in 2020. Frequently depressed, yep. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. She is gripped by crippling shyness, really fulfilled by assisting those in need, is obsessed with order and structure in her life, with everything kept at its proper place. I think you're just a millennial minimalist. She is a nervous wreck, impervious to the effects of stress. Definitely not a millennial. This is stressed out all the time. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. She can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She is very quick to anger, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working projects. She likes a little excitement now and again, and conflicted by this as she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. And she isn't given to flights of fancy. Is often cheerful. Swayed by emotional appeals. Yeah, I don't know. You're a pretty good dwarf, I say. Pretty good dwarf. I see no problems here. And you make for a pretty good, well, you're a weaver in your off time, and a grower as well. You're also a legendary stone crafter. But your official title is Chief Medical Dwarf. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Axon was the Chief Medical Dwarf before she died. So Axon was the Chief Medical Dwarf, and that was your mother. And we appointed you as, like, the next Chief Medical Dwarf, because you had the same mental trait of truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. The Cacti of Clinching, that's a funny name. A human bandit named Bandit in a bandit gang. I mean, it's just the small story that kind of happens in DF, right? Some of the mundane stories are some of the most fun. Like, I will never get over Lump, right? Lump was one of Axon's lovers. Or actually, I think Lump was married to Axon, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Lump was married to Axon. Axon had many, many, many lovers, right? And when Axon passed away, Lump immediately became really good friends with Mistum Gushkashfeb, who was our outpost liaison and would come by once a year, and they would hang around and dance and stuff and sing songs together. And then Mistum would leave, and Lump would just kind of go back to their thing. And now Mistum, we assume, has died, because Mistum no longer comes by. And it's kind of sad, but also kind of neat in a way. Nervicious, what's up? Good to see you. But interestingly enough, after Lump's wife passed away, he started getting angry after getting into arguments. He's never been depressed, but is almost always upset at some sort of argument. Only 130 years old, though, so many years left in this dwarf. When you always introduce yourself as Bandit? Like, that's something people name their dogs. It's like, I've never fully understood, that's the word. Sour, what's up, man? Why people name dogs like Hunter or Killer or Beast or like all of those things. It's like, do you really want to name your dog like something mean sounding? I don't know. I think that's a slippery slope. I mean, I guess naming yourself Bandit in a Dwarf Fortress world is the equivalent of getting like "fuck you" tattooed on your knuckles, right? I do know a guy. Well, I know of a person with "fuck you" tattooed on his knuckles, and I guess in your world, because I was very confused for a second there when I looked when I looked at chat and I see human criminal necromancers visiting, and I was like, what? But yeah. Anyway, he's in a band and works at a guitar shop. The guy with "fuck you" tattooed on his knuckles. So his kids were Hunter, Gunner, and Fisher. Were the mom and dad named Lack of and then Creativity? Because Christ. Hunter's a good kid name. I like Hunter. Hunter's a good name. I knew a Hunter once. But like, Gunner? And Fisher? I don't know. I knew a family who had 2 kids named after months. They had April and what was the other month? No, I'm blanking. But I know that one of their kids was named April. I don't know. One of the things I want them to add more to DF is the language stuff. I'm going to check how we're doing on charcoal. I want to get more statues going. I got 2 charcoal. Okay, so we're out of charcoal. Or more specifically, I want to melt more silver for furniture. Might have been June. I don't know. I know they had a second month, and I'm blanking on what it was now for some reason. My brain isn't... Okay, so... my brain isn't working. I had high blood sugar all night, apparently, and thinking is really difficult right now. I'm going to put that out there. Thinking is really difficult. Yeah, Fisher's like a last name. Like Miller, you know? You... Okay, so I like that Rhinestone is cleaning up Squug's shit. Squug just leaves his shit strewn around everywhere. And Rhinestone is coming in and, like, putting their stuff away, which I think is kind of funny. So this dwarf, she's married to Squug, right? Who's our mayor. Squug will just leave things strewn about, whereas Rhinestone likes her life organized and neat. So it's really funny, because I'll see Squug just, like, grab a bunch of shit and just leave it everywhere. And then over the next couple of days, I'll just watch Rhinestone, like, putting it all away. I think it's kind of funny. So my mayor really likes windows. So I'm gonna mine out this wall and fill it in with windows. Because that's my mayor's office up there, the one full of clothes. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my brain today. You ever just have days where your brain just doesn't work? Comes the wheelbarrow. Get rid of that boulder. Get that all smoothed first. Bowl poison? Cyanide Bowl is my new band. But anyway, Sour, it's been a while since I've seen you. How you been, man? I personally am totally fine, aside from the fact that my brain's not functioning. You know those days at work where you just, like, lose everything somewhere? Like, when I worked night shift at the McDonald's, I had a day once where I legit lost my mop. Not just, like, the mop, but, like, the mop and the bucket in a McDonald's lobby for 3 hours. I couldn't find it. It was behind a tiny lip of wall, and I just couldn't see it at any angle except for one specific angle, and it took me hours. I was quite embarrassed by that, actually. Just work and study, rinse, repeat. Well, hopefully it's been good work and study. Also, DeBerries, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I mentioned that your dwarf did die of old age. Natural death. You died in your sleep. But yeah, no, Linkman more or less hit the nail on the head. Can't brain today, I'm dumb. Peaceful way to go. Yeah, we found your body just outside of your bedroom. Spend 30 minutes being delayed to work looking for your keys that were in your hand. Really? Oh, man. Yeah, that's pretty good. That is actually pretty good. I like that. Late to work because your keys were in your hand. I don't believe I've ever been late to work for that reason. I once missed a bus because I went back home to get something that was in my backpack that I couldn't find in my backpack. It was one of those, like, I need to, I can't, I think it was I want to say it was, like, my lunch. I'm pretty sure it was my lunch. Like, something I could have just, like, sorted out at work. Like, I didn't need to go back and get it, but I ran back home to get it and just barely missed my bus, which made me 30 minutes late. Maybe, yeah. Also stayed at the circus. Was Mothram a demon? And we all laughed about it. That's good. Yeah, I'm always happy to hear that people have managers that are cool. My manager didn't care. They just made me work the extra 30 minutes after, which means I was late getting home, which sucked, which means I lost sleep, and then I was late to stream, and that part kind of sucked, but they didn't get mad at me or anything. I just told them the bus was early and I missed it. I didn't tell them that I went back home to get shit. Because, you know, you can never fully trust the bus system. There will always be the occasional hiccup in the bus system. The thing is, I didn't have enough sleep for like 5 days in a row. And then last night I had enough sleep. But combine that with also having high blood sugar all night, I think. I woke up with high blood sugar. Means I probably just have a foggy brain today. If anything, for what it's worth, I feel rested. Like, I feel good. I just can't brain today. But I can build walls, so that's fine. Hey, Psychon, how you doing, man? Skintus gaunt antelope with a poison bite. That's not too scary. No armor. Not surprised it died to the Bronze Colossus, actually. It would have no way of, like, damaging the Bronze Colossus. Bronze Colossus would just, like, punt it out of existence. Yeah, yeah, no, totally. I mean, well, here's the thing, like, because that job when I worked the night shift at the McDonald's, like, I wasn't just, like, serving burgers or anything. I was the cleaning guy, so I had, like, a list of tasks I had to get done every day, which took about 7 hours and 15 minutes every day. So it would leave me with, like, I don't know, an extra 10 minutes or so of time around the edge. 15 to 20 minutes, 10, 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in that window of extra stuff to do around the edge. So I kind of just needed to work and finished until my list was done. So it wasn't really a, it's not like a job that you just show up, do your shift, and go home. It was a job where it was like, show up, finish this list, and then go home. So sometimes I would stay late if I didn't finish my list. So it was, yeah. You're getting 1 frame per minute. Yeah, that's not good. Somebody I who watches this stream, Psychon, is on vacation with his family right now, and they're staying in his description, a cabin in the middle of goddamn nowhere with fiber optic internet. So they're a 30-minute drive from the town, and they're just like staying in the woods in a cabin. The kids have a tent in the backyard, and they have fiber optic internet. which is probably the best thing you could do during Frick. And he's like, yeah, the kids love it. They've just been playing Fortnite in the tent all night. I'm like, that's kind of amazing, actually. Mom and Dad just get to hang out in the cabin, and the kids just get to play Fortnite. Which is I think a pretty good way to do a family vacation in 2020, honestly. You don't need to interact with people, just bring enough groceries and just stay there for 2 weeks. But apparently they did get sick, and they were, at least his wife tested positive, and they were like, he was talking about this yesterday, so I don't have a problem like repeating it, but so they had 4 weeks of quarantine where none of them could leave the house, and then they're going on family vacation, and so the kids are just real happy because they've just been playing video games for the past 6 weeks. Oh, that was from the community world? Oh, interesting. I might need you to like post screenshots of that if you can. For science. You know? I still need to do one about why can't I find these nice blocks? I still need to do one about... fuck it, whatever. Menace dubs. I've got quite a few stories that still need to be told. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, the campgrounds here are booked. Like, booked. If you want to go camping here, you need to book it for spring next year. Or even in some, depending on the campground, maybe fall next year. Just a little thing, because I think some of you might actually be interested in this. Humble is doing a bundle of Warhammer Fantasy, I think, audiobooks. And some 40,000. Kind of a mix. How old is the fort currently? We're in year 86, which means we are 81 years old. 8.1% none. I was involved in sports. It might be a fun little story. So yeah, that link supports me and charity. Well, it's getting sent to all your Warham's friends? I mean, that link supports me, so... Technically, you could give all of the money to me. Or all of the money to charity. Or all of the money to... whatever. Have hobby money left? Yeah, that's rare. For Warhammer fans. But thanks, though. God, I want my brain to work. Polking, it's good to see you, by the way. I didn't see that. Your name just kind of blended in. Sozy, bro, thanks for the raid. Hello. I'm assuming that was an audiobook bundle? Not that I'm certain. But thank you to whoever just did that. Cheers. And Sozy Bro, thanks for the host. Or for the follow, rather. Not the host. What were you playing today? I'll check you out. Give me a second here. Gotta do that thing. Playing Escape from Tarkov. So it brings you over to my neck of the woods. From Tarkov over to Dwarfs. Thank you. Cheers. And thanks, B-Lug, for doing the shout-out thing. And autumn has come. We're almost in year 82. You're gonna try out DF soon? Gotcha. Escape from Tarkov. Equally hard game to learn, but for completely different reasons. This is a weird fort. A tribute from the Realms of Stone has arrived. This is a weird fort because it's not generally your normal DF affair. Your normal DF affair is much more chaotic. This fort is focused entirely on longevity versus violence and fun. You gonna try to play something? We'll see you later, Sour. Thanks for swinging by, though. It was good to see you. Keep at that hustle, man. But this fortress is a little weird because of that. But it's been fun. Merry Spookums. Best time of year, Morph Jar. Let me tell you. And that's why, if you really genuinely believe that spook season is best season, I have skull socks for sale because I am become humble sock retailer. It's not been very effective so far, but wow, they brought us 2. How many anvils have they brought now, Stone? 2 anvils, 25 copper arrows, 5 rhubarbs, 1 bronze buckler, 5 donkey sweetbread. I like when they bring us food. 1 plumwood crutch, 5 prepared emu lung, 5 yak cheese, 1 wool rope, 1 pear wool buckler, 10 termite ichor. Okay. 20 red beans, 1 hematite ring, ooh, 10 bilberries, 1 llama wool yarn, 1 copper cap, 5 rat weed, 1 goose leather, 1 black pyrope, 2 maple chests, 1 earthenware agua, 10 red spinach leaves. Agua is basically like a harp. 10 red spinach leaves, 1 iron morning star, 1 llama wool dress, and a large shell opal. So you decided to raid one? Okay. I gotcha. Well, if Sozy needs to learn about the eccentricities and depth of this game, I can help with that. We're at 7 anvils? Damn. Bringing us fucking free anvils. Those are worth quite a bit, like... Also, we already finished all that charcoal. So I'm gonna queue up another 100 charcoal and... just dive in. Like, the Steam version's not gonna make the game any easier to learn. It'll make it visually easier, sure. But if visual ease is what you need, install a tile set that has sprites and graphics. But the game's not going to be any easier. Like, I know lots of people who play games like Tarkov, Crusader Kings, and games that have a lot of depth that are tricky to learn. And, you know, it's just a matter of learning the hotkeys and what your options are. Once you can do that, it's not a difficult thing to learn DF at all. It's just a matter of doing it. It's like any other game, you know? Yeah, no, totally. And also something that I think Clinodev was talking about this. I don't really want to put words into his mouth, but I think it was Clinodev. Was saying that you'll also get quicker responses right now if you ask questions, because right now you have a tight-knit community of people that's very open and fast at, oh, you need questions answered? This is how you do this thing. But once the Steam version comes out, there will be a large influx of people, and it'll be harder to get specific questions answered fast. So if you want to learn the game, it's better to learn it now. I'm playing completely vanilla technically, but I'm using an ASCII tile set. So I'm not using a graphical tile set that would give me actual sprites. This is what vanilla looks like. So this is what it would look like if I wasn't using a tile set with these colors. Which is, it's still perfectly legible. At least I can perfectly read this. This isn't hard at all. Still see dwarves running around, and they're just little smiley faces, and the X's just mean floors. Those are barrels. Barrels and pots. So yeah, that's what the vanilla graphics look like, but I'm using a tile set. I use a tile set because some people seem to think it's impossible to learn ASCII. And I even have people commenting that this one is terrible. Whenever I get those comments, I just kind of squint at them and go, "You're terrible," and then move on with my day. I am rejoicing. The cool fire is back. Use curses 16 by 16? Yeah. Yeah, no, I know you can. I like the square ASCII more than the rectangle ASCII, though. The dwarves have arrived to trade. I have my tile set set up for windowed mode, but not full screen, so when I make the game full screen, it reverts to curses. It was a nifty little trick that I discovered. So if you play the game in windowed mode by default or full screen by default, and you set the other tile set to be curses instead of your custom, you're on standby, so you have time to watch. Yay! Well, that's nice. You can watch for a little bit, Sinfield. Good to see you. Very least, thanks for checking. Here's mine. So, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Once again, we shall discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Bring me all of the wood, please. All of the goddamn wood. Once I asked them to also bring me charcoal, and they brought me like 3 pieces of charcoal, so I don't bother with charcoal. Just wood. No, actually, this is Sunless Sea. Does this sound like Risk of Rain to you? Really? Odd. We finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarf ship. Well, they really, really, really want ammunition. I might actually sell them ammunition. I've got a bunch of arrows and shit that I need to sell. And I could just make some new bolts. We look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. You can have training weapons and ammo. Let's also unforbid all of these. And all of these arrows. And I'm just going to sell them all this ammunition because they want ammunition. And I can make my own. It's a good way to clear out stock. That's fair. Old fire, that is fair. I'm bad at Dwarf. I wish it wasn't called the Lazy Noob Pack, but I've had this rant before and I don't want to have it today. They should call it like the Beginner's Starter Pack or something, rather than Lazy Noob Pack. now I wait for all of the ammunition to get hauled over. That being said, might already be. That's fun. I'm gonna get to dig all of my weapons out of that. Actually, I could just sell them all and make new ones. We'll do that. Doesn't that mean the same thing? Yes, but one sounds demeaning. You know? It's just like, I will never play easy mode in a game, right? Because it's easy. I'm good at video games. Why would I play easy? You know? I'll play normal. It doesn't matter if the easiest difficulty is called easy or normal. If it's called easy, I won't play it. If it's called normal and I'm having a hard time on hard, I'll play normal. Does that make sense? Like, I will never use something called lazy noob pack, but I'll use something called simple beginner's guide. You know? Lazy has negative connotations. Noob has negative connotations. So it's like negative, negative, positive. I just don't like it. Thanks for the 100 bits, Battalier. Cheers, man. Are you cheering 100 bits at a time to avoid the K-pop emotes? Because that's funny if you are. I care about the world simulated. Misguided noob pack. Ugh. I guess so, yeah. Like, words can mean the same thing, but have very different connotations. Just want to sell all of these training weapons. I think I got most of them. Just give me all the sheet. Not really, no. It's just 2 insults instead of 1. Two insults don't become a compliment, you know? They just are 2 insults. They just mean that you're more creative with your vocabulary. Which is not always a positive thing. I don't know. I really don't like the name of the lazy noob pack. Exactly, Polking. Exactly. Depends on the context. I guess. I don't know. I've never liked being called a noob. It's always been a negative term. Like, it's an insult that you throw at new players. I mean, that's why you don't argue with me, right? Because I'm an idiot. But like I said, I don't know. I got weird opinions on that shit. The only time I would call somebody a noob is like as a term of endearment with a friend who I know well, you know? It's like, yeah, unless I'm trying to insult you. The only time I would call someone a lazy noob would be like a friend of mine that I know super well. Newbie is a term of endearment. A noob is just someone who's bad. Oh, you newbie versus you noob. I think that in a world where the name of the hobby that we all have, gamers, has become a negative term, you know, it's all just shitty these days. And the term for my job, which is influencer, I hate, so I can't really get anything I like anymore, you know? I'm just an influencing content creator who influences you to watch my content to provide as marketing for big corporations, you know? It's what I am. I'm just part of big companies' marketing strategies. For me, nah. It's fine. I do market for big skull sock and buy my goddamn skull socks. I had a bunch of people bugging me to make merch. I go and I make merch, and only one person has bought skull socks. I am offended by the lack of your purchasing power of skull socks. Well, technically two. I also bought my skull socks, but you know, I would genuinely love to be 100% crowdfunded. Pink. And generally I am. I mean, I criticize like almost everything they've put out about Steam DF. What are you talking about? To the point where I've started arguments because people disagree with my criticisms. So, I don't know, man. If I'm necessarily part of Kit Fox's marketing department. Like, how dare I want grass that doesn't blend together so much? How dare I? There's no bad PR. I mean, yeah, look at EA Games. Buzzards are attacking us. Or rather, they're attacking the trade caravan. How many buzzards are there? Quite a few, actually. They'll die pretty quick, though. But, B-Log, we can talk about that if Kit Fox starts paying me. I choose to not look at EA Games. Yeah, it's disgusting, right? Man, I miss the days when I liked EA Games. Simpler times. EA Sports Big was the shit when I was growing up. That stuff was so good. They had so many fucking great goddamn video games. Hurts me inside a little bit. Although there is that that one rapper, I think his name's I think it's Gucci Mane, has a big ol' EA Sports tattoo on his neck. Just some people still like that shit, I guess. Although there was that one time T-Pain was going on and on and on and on and on about 50 Cent and this was on T-Pain's stream. He was going on about touring with 50 Cent and Lil Wayne, about how the two of them would just sit there for hours and hours, and that's not a floor. For hours and 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 hours doing nothing but playing Madden. But they weren't actually playing Madden. They were betting on the AI of Madden, $10,000 a game. And it was funny because the reason T-Pain was talking about this was because someone was commenting, why are you streaming? Aren't you like mega rich or something? And his response basically was like, I got money, but I ain't as rich as those motherfuckers. It's pretty funny. He's like, I couldn't bet in on those games even though they wanted me to because I couldn't afford the in. It's way too funny. Yeah, no, I mean, most people who are into video games as an industry are way more knowledgeable about the shit that EA Games gets up to. Like, we are a very insular, small circle of people who are obsessed with this shit, right? $2 instead of $1 now? Wait, hold on a second. You increased your patron pledge to $2? Thank you, Stone. Means I have to put you into credits of things now. Thank you. Which puts me at a nice even $335 a month on Patreon. Thank you. We're only one patron away from 50. Only one. Patreon is lying to me and telling me that I have 2 notifications when I only have 1. Stop lying to me, Patreon. But thank you, Stone. Cheers. This'll... Because I'm building 2 little towers on my walls. One on this side and one on the far side. Most industries have a shitty company most people don't realize is shitty. I mean, that's just capitalism, right? Everybody's breaking laws and being shitty, but most people don't notice and keep buying their shit. That's how they stay in business, is because most people are unaware. You know, it's like all of those streamers that took part in that CSGO gambling scandal that all still stream and make YouTube videos and make dumb amounts of money as content creators. None of them went to prison. They all paid a few fines and are just out there and continuing. I'm just gonna turn on my military. I need my military to go do stuff. You know, it's very much a... I need them to deal with those buzzards. It's very much a... The people that do bad shit generally are most likely to get away with it, right? I would argue that Scandinavia almost doesn't do capitalism, but yeah. Canada's working in that direction, so I'm happy. But it's... we're getting lots of pushback right now, but I don't want to just yell about Canadian capitalism. Or Canadian politics, because it's a bloody hole, and a hole that majority of people don't care about. So... Put Stone or MLH? I'll probably just put Stone aka MLH, because it's what most people know you as for credits, but I could just put in Stone or MLH or whatever you want. Next video, I'm presuming, will be on Thursday. Going to suspend that wall. See that stuff rebrand frequently? I mean, look at like Mercedes or Volkswagen or one of the other cars that got caught up, car brands that got caught up in the munitions scandal. People aren't gonna stop buying Mercedes. People aren't gonna stop buying Volkswagen, you know? Like even EA Games, right? Company that has had so many massive goddamn scandals recently, too. And everybody's buying Star Wars Squadrons and going on about how good it is. And then people are just like, Blind, are you interested in Squadrons? Are you interested in this? And I'm like, I don't buy EA Games. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize you still did that. It's like, yeah, I don't support EA Games. Because of the shit that they've done. You know? We all have to pick our battles, and that's a battle I've picked to fight. God damn it. I'm gonna goddamn fight it. You bought with Spore? I lasted longer than you. Uh-oh. Animal is stumbling around obliviously. You were fine last I checked. What? did you go, animal? Wait, really? You're not even haggard. That's a bizarre one. Who? No idea, Vert. No idea, Verge. Never heard of him. And a bullfrog just quietly ribbits and jumps away. Rest in peace, Lionhead as well. Half expecting this dwarf to just jump off the edge. This dwarf has written a bunch of books. This dwarf was really happy and got slightly depressed. I've never actually seen one become oblivious to reality while only, like, yellow down depression. Oh, you snapped out of it. Come back. I'm actually going to hack down all these trees and carve out this hillside because I need this to not connect with my wall. To play with coworkers, well, I mean, that's used, so that I wouldn't really count that. Yeah, I mean, last game I played was Titanfall. That was the last EA game I played. Is everyone knows it's shitty? Yeah. There is no positive form of government. People are just shitty. All you can do is exist and get by. Could have been playing something else instead. Do me a huge favor and don't promote the P word, because if I'm seen to be supporting that in my chat, that is technically a problem with my Twitch partner contract, so just be kind. And if you're referring to getting things illicitly, I don't care. Just refer to it as getting it from Sweden. You know what I'm saying? I went and got Spore from Sweden, and I wasted my time. Could have done better with that. Goddamn Sweden. All right, so we do have some new dwarves. Probably a new dwarf, I'm assuming. A migrant has arrived. If you would like to enter the legendary fortress of Longdeath, I am thinking of a number between 1 and 60. I'm not going to delete it. I just can't say anything positive about it. You're fine. I'm going to discount that second. Yeah, 1 to 60. From 1 to 60. So, Stone, you can guess again if you want. And if you guess the same number, I can't help you. Man, none of you are even close. None of you are even close. But it looks like I'm giving it to Quatch. The number I was thinking of was 36. And Quatch said 42 first. So, Quatch the third, I think? "72 years old, born in this 22nd of limestone in the year 14. Where did you come from? Citizen of the ignited creation. We don't know what fortress you came from. You dream of mastering a skill. Ashen is your deity. You're gonna make it 4 more years? Ah, you'll be fine. Are they? He typed in 42 first, so I'm still giving it to Quatch. Because he typed it in first. Unless Quatch wants to give it to you. Because, yeah, you are right. I don't think R has been in this fort, no. It's up to Quatch at this point. You said 25? Yes. Did you? No, that's not closer than 42. Unless my math is completely broken. I'm so confused. I wouldn't say that. I'd say you're here about the same, to be honest. You got all the K-pop emotes in one day. I'm so sorry, Ghost. You did, yeah, and you are right. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not braining correctly today. You'll try again? Alright, so then technically I'm giving it to Llama. But wait, isn't Llama already in the fort? Or am I crazy? Isn't there a pink Fluffy already in the fort? I swear to God, we already had a pink Fluffy. Unless Pink Fluffy died. Yeah, okay. Then I guess we're giving it to Pink Fluffy too. This is way more complicated than it needs to be. Anyway, you're a worshiper of Ashen. Female dwarf associated with Earth. 72 years old, born on the 22nd of Limestone. You gave up math to eat waffles. You know, honestly, I agree. I want waffles. Should have rolled a die. I don't have a die! I could have selected a random number generator, I guess, but how's that any different from thinking of a number? We're giving it to Llama. Llama was closer. And I didn't see the 25. It doesn't matter. I should just stick to the first come, first serve. He is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't paid back. He is sometimes cruel and does not find most jokes humorous. He is very trusting and finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. Likes a little tumult and excitement now and again. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. Excellent. You can join the military. Brave in the face of imminent danger and is curious and eager to learn. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and does not often feel lustful. Can sometimes act without deliberation and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tends to be a bit stubborn, changing his mind. If you search roll a die, sure. But that's just a number generator, not a rolling a die. Anyway. He does not respect the law, values sacrifice, and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes graphite steel and yellow zircon, crystal glass, and aardvark leather. On turtle shell and giant cave spider silk. Rami fabric, the color yellow-green. Figurines and the words of the key of outrage. When possible, prefers to consume prim petal consume wolf, mackerel, and whipvine. We have all of those things. And we're going to get you guys training. Do you have more kids? I don't think you have more kids. Dragon Man, where is your dwarf? Ah, there you are. Yeah, you're a sword master, so you're training right now. You're very happy and you don't feel anything when you're not happy. You're bored after being able to practice craft, but that's fine. But you're practicing martial arts, so you're filling that boredom with other activities. Ultimate Fantasy Game Development Bundle was purchased for notification too big. Thank you very much to whoever just did that. Cheers. I get 5% or by default of that. Well, thank you. Is there an unnamed child? Trust me, children get snapped up immediately. Adding dwarf names into the ticket bot? No. Not really a silly idea, but... so my bot does have a queuing system where I could... what's the word? Where I could allow you guys to join a list, right? Last time I did something like that in a project like this, I ended up with a list of 300 plus names in about 5 days, and most of them never typed in my chat or came back. So all those lists really do, when you just have a really long list of things, it generally, you know, just gives you a really long list of names, and I like it to be people who are here all the time. So I don't really like doing the queue lists because I don't think they work all that well in practice. I see another dwarf that desperately needs a bedroom. Basement suite. Yeah, no, if I didn't mind and preferred, you know, just having random names, then I would go that route, but... Like, I enjoy giving dwarves names to people who deserve them, I guess. And you'll be crying. They'll die at age 3. Yeah, you'll just get dropped on your head. Mom will get dive bombed by a buzzard, and you'll be like, not again! Oh boy, flu shots are available. That. You've been shot by the flu already? Like you've already had the flu? Well, they weren't available until, like, right recently. I'm signing up for an appointment. But I'm an at-risk individual for even normal influenza, so... You got yours Sunday? Yeah, no, they only just became available. I don't want to have to just suddenly end stream and go get my flu shot, but I might have to. Well, it depends on when they give me the appointment time, right? Because I'm signing up, and it's when they give it to me. It's really hard to get one right now. It's really hard to get them here, but because I'm high risk, it's more likely. Will be emailed a confirmation code. Yeah, I don't know. They're gonna email. They're literally gonna fucking text me with an hour's notice. Okay, so I have 7 days to get my vaccine. What time do they close? Hold on, just let me look up their hours. Do I still have the tame hedgehog the Stone Age men gave me? I think so. Apologies, chat, but... Yes, I do still have the hedgehog. Although it might be dead. Don't like, Or actually, do vermin die of old age? Because hedgehogs are technically vermin, right? I know, like, cats can kill them and shit, but... Also, how's that smelting going? Smelting is going pretty good. Okay. Getting more, lead ore. Okay, so they close at 10 p.m. What time does their pharmacy close? No, I don't want them to send me notifications. Hold on. I'm just gonna phone them real quick. I'm just gonna shut my camera off and mute myself. And just see if I can confirm that. You can't name hedgehogs. I don't even think I can make it available as a pet. I mean, maybe I can. Hold on. Can I make that hedgehog available as a pet? Actually, maybe I can. And then a dwarf could name it. There. Hedgehog is now available as a pet. Let's see if anybody claims it and names it. Alright, I'm gonna mute myself for a minute and just call them and ask how long those will be available for today. BRB. This is good news. Automated fucking phone call that just says they're experiencing high demand. Cool. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Hello, Bastet. Your dwarf died of old age. Natural causes. I don't know. I really don't want to just end. Fuck. That is rare. That's gonna happen in this fort. And a rabbit is fighting. I guess someone's hunting it. This is getting a new season. Yeah, I've never seen a single episode of Animaniacs. I know almost nothing about it aside from the name. So, one of those weird things where it's like, it might as well not exist. But yeah, no, Bastet, we put your favorite piece of armor. Itch Scrape the Sea of Persuading, an iron shield. Which has 7 kills, mostly on buzzards, used by you, who died in 85. We put that in your tomb with you, which I think is a nice addition, frankly. I got a bunch of lead statues that needed to be added to this. You lost power for most of the day? Oh, that sucks. It's been years since I lost power. The last time I lost power was really frustrating because the building across from me didn't, because they're on a different power line. So, like, my building and my street was in the dark, and then one street over was, like, fully lit. I was like, come on, guys. This sucks. I think I selected the wrong type of statue for one of those. Few of them, actually. Just gonna put the extra ones over here. I don't know what to do with them. What's up with the terracotta army? I don't know what else to do with all this goddamn lead. So I got tons of lead. So we were joking about making bins and then selling them to the elves, but then we were like, you know what? What if I just made dozens, and if not hundreds, of identical statues? So that's what I'm doing. It's one of those why not situations, you know? Besides, I need something to defend my dead. So they're all dwarves admiring a spear, holding a spear, striking a menacing pose. They're all identical. I think I'll go Friday morning and try and get my flu shot, because then I can just be there at open. Although, I have a meeting at 9. I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be a clusterfuck. It's just kind of annoying because the place that has the flu shot isn't my local location. So I kind of want my local location to get it because it's much smaller and will be less busy. The one that has it is right, like in the same parking lot as a Walmart. And I have 7 days to use this. So I think I will simply wait. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait. Such a weird world we live in. Ticketmaster just sent me an email saying that I should buy tickets for a Chuck Berry live show. 2020 is strange, chat room. Right, how much lead am I up to again? 226. See, like, what am I gonna do with, like, I'd probably have, like, 10,000 plus lead by this point if I wasn't just, like, cutting it all up and turning it into statues. It's just kind of random. You know what I mean, Cold? Existing image. A dwarf and a spear. Who's Chuck? It's country singer. I know StubHub has either been bought or it almost got bought. Like, StubHub almost went out of business. StubHub is in a bad place financially, which is good, because StubHub is a bunch of shits. Shit stains on the live industry. Into cups and bowls? They're heavy, though. Like, they act like... I don't want to make crafts out of it. And I don't want to make cups out of it because it legitimately slows dwarves down because of how heavy that shit is. Like, it sounds like a joke, but it's not. It's like, yeah, no, they're actually, like, heavy. It's like dwarven weight training almost, but, like, I don't like how much it slows dwarves down. Otherwise, I'd just be making crafts out of them. Like, I'll do that stuff with zinc where it's not super heavy. But, you have any plans? I haven't been excited for my birthday in about 5 years, I would say. I like streaming on my birthday because everyone's super nice to me and wishes me happy birthday. And then that one person comes in and says, "Hey, old man." And then I go, "Hi, how you doing?" And then I go on with my day. Cake, Chinese, and alcohol? Yeah, I don't know. Never ceases to amaze you. There was a really good Reddit post where a person said that their chief medical dwarf got really slow all of a sudden, and they looked at what they were wearing, and they were wearing like 50 lead rings, bracelets, crowns, and necklaces, and it's like, oh, that's why you're so slow, because you're literally covered in lead. There we go. There's more silver ore. What we're looking for. Well, silver and lead. I mean, come on. That's what you got to do to people whose birthday it is. You got to call them old, right? Aluminum and featherwood? Yeah. That optimal movement speed. Is there even uranium in Dwarf Fortress? I don't believe I've ever found uranium. What can you do with uranium? I mean, obviously, you don't make nuclear energy with it, but, like... the heck do you do with uranium? It's just really heavy, I'd assume. don't believe I've ever found uranium in DF. You make things heavy and purple. Okay. Yep, that seems legit. It's about what I'd expect. You make heavy things and drop it on things, I'm assuming. I'm looking for more lead and silver ore. As I am making silver necklaces and things. Also silver bolts. You added a reaction to be able to make uranium glass? That's kind of neat, actually. What, like glowy uranium glass? Yeah, I don't believe I've ever found uranium. Just like I've never found pure platinum. I've only ever imported platinum. Wait, pitch blende is uranium ore? What? Okay, I've definitely found that. No, it's not. What? Hold on. Huh. Also, did you know that you can mass restrict all stones of a specific type from that screen? Because I didn't. I just learned that. Especially under UV light, I believe it. Glad I do something small for you, Psycho. What keeps me going? It's a very muddy wheelbarrow that Dwarf is pushing. Look at this. Look at this wheelbarrow. It's like covered in mud. Gosh. Huh. I mean, I knew bauxite was... I didn't realize pitchblende was uranium ore. That makes sense. I understand now why I've never found it, because I didn't know what I was looking for. I agree, though. You should be able to make uranium glass. In fact, I feel like that's silly now that I know that. Yeah, no, this fortress is mostly automated and all about just keeping it alive for a very long period of time. More or less everybody's happy, with the exception of a few specific dwarves. And, it's pretty rare that anything hyper exciting happens, but that's kind of part of the fun for me, anyway. It's been entertaining, just kind of... Would you look at that? Pink Fluffy became attached to their spear. Actually, I wonder how Pink Fluffy's doing. Most recent addition to the fort. Blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Feels wonder after learning about dodging. Have you met any people yet? Nope, no friends. But, it very much enjoys their bedroom. Owns 15 objects. Wearing an iron helm. An iron mail shirt. Iron greaves. And has a named steel spear, which was used by DeBerries previously. That's cool. We should clearly have hydroelectric bauxite smelting. don't know. The difference between water wheels and hydroelectric is a bit of a stretch, but like, if dwarves had electricity, what kind of electricity would you want? I'd want like steampunk Tesla coils with like arc lightning. That's kind of the tech direction I'd want. I don't know if I'd want like light bulbs. It's weird when it fills up the whole screen like that. Good job, Cold Fire and Ghost. A few other ones like Tungsten and Wolfmite, Titanium. Master of Metals. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. I can't brain today. We've been over this multiple times today. I can't brain. Chat can't type. It's definitely a fucking Wednesday. You know what I mean? Like, we're midway through the week. Nobody's fully awake. Everybody's running at like 70% brain capacity. It's been a roughin'. It's definitely like a brain capacity non-optimal day. Although, speaking of brain capacity non-optimal, I'm gonna go against my better judgment and dig down another Z level. I started digging down a little bit on the lower Z level, but I'm gonna dig out a bunch of this. We're just gonna do some channeling. I'm curious about what's beneath this. Because I haven't hit any caverns yet. And I've been kind of intentionally avoiding the caverns. Watch me just like immediately hit caverns when I dig down. But we're only 14 Z levels down, so we're not even that deep. When did it get that high? Last night when I microdosed. Was when I got that. A big dragon mod that adds a bunch of different dragon colors that have different breath weapons. So once every 1,000 years of playtime, you might see a dragon maybe, and it might be a lightning dragon. Or are you trying to make dragons more common? Trying to figure out how to give a dragon breath that turns organics into gold statues. Oh, that's terrifying. Kind of cool though. As in, like, Bronze Colossus? Colossus? What do you mean by, like, the Colossus? Do you get a lot of statues to put everywhere? Or melt down? That's interesting. Actually, you know what that makes me want? That makes me want a Medusa-type creature. That turns any dwarf that doesn't have headwear into a stone statue. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm weirded out by the fact that DF doesn't have Medusas. Huh. An interesting thought. But no, I mean, I've talked about this before, but the reason I stream isn't because it's the most profitable thing. It's not because it's the best job for me to have. It's not because it's the most stable job. I stream because I like it, damn it. And I stream because I get to improve everybody, or a large portion of the people who watch, and I guess not everybody's day, but a large number of people's day every day with minimal, not necessarily minimal effort, but in a small way that makes a difference, and it gives me peace, I guess, the way I'd put it. Gives me satisfaction to be able to do that. Some bomb Mexican Korean food? Ooh. I love fusion. I went to this Italian Asian pan fusion place at PAX West last year in Seattle, and it was very good. Very expensive, but very, very, very good. Some of the best ribs I've ever had, just ever. Assuming they won't automate into that. If they do, that'll be fun. Well, you know what they say, smiling once a day makes you not die as fast. Although, actually, I read a study relatively recently on laughing, basically stating that if you laugh with something like the average person who laughs, the average person laughs 20 times a day. And if you manage to do that, your life expectancy extends by a considerable notion. So if you manage to laugh more than 20 times a day, which I'm shocked that it's that high, because I almost never laugh, but if you can manage to laugh 20 times a day, it drastically increases your life expectancy. I think it's fascinating. Which means I'm gonna die. Yeah, well, laughing is a massive stress reliever, right? Who has the time for that? I don't laugh easily. Like, I could sit down and watch the funniest comedy in the world and, like, not flinch. I'm really just trying to get more of this Galena ore. This is my my drain, which is actually like not even that deep. It's only like 3 of 7. Looks like a boat in a harbor. It's actually an underground drain. So this right here is an artificial waterfall, which falls through my tavern and splashes them as they walk in, being pumped out from this stream up in the aqueduct. Being pumped by this one pump powered by this windmill up here. Goes thunk, one tile over, and then all the way down through the tavern, through the maze, down into this drain, and out off the sides of the map. And that room there is a part of the bunker, and could be a... we'd use it as a temple if we needed to hide in the emergency bunker. So yeah, that's what that is. And the annual tribute from Busty Just Smock has arrived, which means it's the 1st of spring. Is anybody dead? 45 dwarves? No age deaths this year? Good to know. Let's see what the Realms of Stone have brought us. This dwarf is either moving very fast, or this human's moving very fast, or this human's moving very, very slow. One of the two, and I'm not sure which. Because he's totally outrunning his defender. Escort. I have absolutely no idea because we're not going to see boats for years. So I haven't even thought about it. I don't think that far ahead. My dog died of old age though. That's unfortunate. Let's see what they brought us in tribute. Game froze. Okay, we're fine. Unfroze. Probably from the digging. Oh, hey, that's a pretty big tribute. Yeah, no, I'm still, like... The reason I have no idea is because we're getting Myths and Magic first, right? Myths and Magic is going to completely change World Gen and Species, right? And playable characters. So... I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Because I'm too busy thinking about myths and magic. Yeah, and maps too. Maps are going to completely change the game. Myths is going to completely change the game, and magic is going to completely change the game. Boats might come with maps? I thought boats were supposed to come after the map update. But regardless, it's gonna, I don't know. I take things one, like I can talk about the Steam version because I've seen it. I have no idea with boats because, yeah, exactly. One can never be certain, and it'll happen when it happens. And we'll worry about that when we get there. 5 prickle berries, 1 guinea fowl leather quiver, 1 two-handed sword copper. That's a nice one. 1 llama wool yarn, a chestnut bucket, a rope reed thread, cougar leather backpack, 10 emerald dye. That's cool. 1 copper cap, 1 long sheep wool skirt, 5 bilberries, and a chest made of wood. Cactus. An exciting time. Why is that? Authorities? Oh, we didn't find any more silver up here. Down here we did, though. That's nice. I mean, that's just Dwarf Fortress in general. It's always the case for DF. Which is why I still like to make the argument that DF is the original game as a service. And Nax has been possessed. Got ourselves an artifact. Nax is claimed a workshop. Grabs a boulder. Grabs another boulder. Going for an iron bar, maybe? Nope, gems. Nope, more bars. I think that's iron. It's either iron. Yeah, it's iron. Getting a little bit of lag from the mining that's going on. In aggregate, we pay, we get more DF. We do not pay, we get less DF. Kind of, yeah. I mean, they're doing pretty damn well currently. You probably want skeletons, right? Leather skin, bones, yes. Which is why I tell people that I've spent more money on Dwarf Fortress than I have on most games. Because most games I buy it once, and then it's just my game. Or I get given code for it, and then it's just my game. But with DF, I give them $5 a month on Patreon. So I've spent more on DF than most video games. Especially when you consider the number of games that I've bought on sale. For super duper cheap. You had no idea that was even a thing? Yes, they are. Because they're not donations. Donations would imply that I'm getting some sort of, would imply that I'm getting some sort of tax deduction. And they're a charitable cause, but they're a business. So you don't donate money to a business. You pay them money and funding to keep doing the business. So you could use the word donation, but they're not donations. They are me paying them to continue making a thing. I'm paying them to keep their business running. That's not a donation. It's not strictly required. It's an opt-in payment, but it's not a donation. At least I don't consider it a donation. It's a weird definition, but like, if you throw money at my stream, that's not a donation. It's a non-refundable payment for a service, right? So if you tip me money, yeah, that's the correct word. It's a tip. It's not a donation. If you tip me money through Streamlabs or Patreon or through Twitch, it's a non-refundable payment for the service of the streams or videos that I create. It's not a donation to a cause. What tile set are you using? Exclamation point tile set. And you're not blind because I'm blind. Come on. You're Loborin. Next time on Streamer Makes Terrible Joke that everybody slaps their knee at and groans. Naxorus, the Craftsdwarf, has created Nishhol Tud. Stizash Zutsosh. Someone else bought something from Humble. Everybody's buying shit from Humble today. Thank you. A nice bracelet. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Squug. Point pillars. Exclamation point tile set. It's command in the chat. There you go. It's not the name. When I say exclamation point, something I'm referring to, it's a command that you just type in the chat and it gives it to you. And don't worry, you're not visually impaired. It's the it's not in the description of the stream. You did? Which one? If I can ask, Dragon. Worth 26,400 Dwarf bucks. Trade stock the Kindled Bewilderment, I think is what that means. Yes. This is a nice bracelet. All Crafts Dwarfship is of the highest quality. Like I said, today is not much of a brain day. You probably will be by the time you die. Way ahead of you there. Hold fire. Unless you laser your eyes. You know, wait, is your sister legally blind without glasses type deal? A Destiny 2 DLC? Ah, okay. Cool. Cheers, Dragon Man. Is a great horned owl... Oh, hold on, I need to start at the beginning. It is encrusted with oval nice cabochons and decorated with buzzard leather and great horned owl leather and encircled with bands of iron and oval sard cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pig bone and menaces with spikes of diorite and pigtail. On the item is an image of Audio, the dwarf, and Shriekdent, the stoked quickness, the iron shield and pigtail. Audio is raising. Shriekdent, the stoked quickness. The artwork relates to the naming of Shriekdent, the stoked quickness, in Longdeath by the dwarf Audio in the early autumn of 85. Hey, cheers. Jamie, how you doing? Without glasses? That is like the weirdest thing ever to me. Because you have a fix, which stops you from being legally blind. Most people who wear glasses are legally blind without glasses. I'm legally blind with glasses. Like, with glasses, improving my vision. I'm legally blind. So it always perplexes me when people say that, oh, I know a person who's legally blind without glasses. It's like, okay, so then they're not legally blind because all the time they're wearing their glasses, so they're fine. It's the biggest question mark for me ever with the definitions of blindness. Because it's like, well, then you're not, because you have a fix. It's like saying, I can't walk without crutches. Okay, so you can walk with crutches. Cool, so you can walk. Versus someone in a wheelchair who just can't walk, right? I don't know. So it's a weird definitions. I wish we had better wording for this shit. But I'm going to... Do I have a display furniture? Yes, I do. I'm going to put this up in this office because it's dedicated to this dwarf. I'm going to give it to this dwarf. You still fly. That's a little scary. That sucks. Still, way ahead of you. Okay, she'll catch up to me one day. It's not a race. I mean, I already won, so... Regardless of if it's a race or not. It's just like, when I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and I was told by the first diabetic nurse that I spoke to, saying, welcome to the very exclusive club that literally nobody ever wants to join ever. Thanks. Okay, they're hauling it probably. What year is it? 2020. I think. Unless I took a really long nap, in which case I missed several meetings. Probably missed several meetings. But yeah, no, CCX, in regards to my definition of donations, the reason I'm oddly specific about donations is because there was a legal battle with Twitch, I think in 2014, which was a problem in regards to streamers referring to tips as donations. And so I kind of had the definition of donation and tip hammered into my brain. Uh-oh. It's probably these dead buzzards that are miasmaing. So yeah, the definition of tip versus the definition of donation is like being hammered into my brain with a nail, because of that lawsuit and the weirdness surrounding that. 2086 or 1986? Which 86 and 87 are we talking about here? Because there's a difference of hundreds of years. Literally hundreds of years. You know, I could totally release those Ettins to fight with kangaroos. We're not from my store link. Yay! Hardworking influencer at work. 1786? Oh, God! Dwarf years? That's not that bad. The year is 1756, in the year of our dwarf. Let's continue work on that wall. Are dwarves smelting ore? Yes, they are. Coldfire!
Take it, like it, love it.
I noticed your badge disappear earlier, but I didn't want to say anything. I was just kind of waiting for, I don't know, you to get an ad and notice or something. But thank you very much for keeping that Prime subscription up for a second month. And as a wise man says, second month is the best month because it means it wasn't a mistake that you made while drunk. Thank you for giving me those Bezos bucks and coming back for a second month. And I'm sorry that you have to deal with that stupid fan emote. Bastet. You're waiting on the notification for that it was done? Yeah. Chat, can I get a big old round of beers? I will be back in a moment. I'm going to go use the toilet real quick.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies.
I already have most of the K-pop emotes. I get 5% from anything purchased through Humble, so. I get more from the bundles because you can just slide how much you want to give me. But the actual store itself, I get 5%. You know, we'll put fortifications up here. I might use it as a lookout tower. We'll put diorite as the fortification. We'll put a door right there. Use this for something. Need to come up with some sort of a use for it. No, let's just go to right there and then put windows all the way along here. That'll be nice. Did an explosion go off while I was gone? I hope not. Because streamer really needed toilet. All right, let's do that. Worms bundle is badass. Weirdest thing ever is that fucking Worms Armageddon just got an update. It's so strange to me. In 2020, we have a pandemic and Worms Armageddon gets an update. Wizard has ended a mandate. I can now export Windows, but I'm not going to. Windows are actually kind of a nice thing to have a noble demand constantly. And the new, it's like a 3D arena shooter, isn't it? It's like a real-time thing that they're making for a new Worms game. They're always putting out new games. They've actually been like kind of having a hard time selling new Worms games because Worms is one of those weird franchises where everybody who really likes Worms just plays the old one, you know? Like, Worms is a hard franchise to make more of. Read the latest Discord word story. So if you want to add to these, uh-oh. Pilot guy, did you script the number? Because you edited your number. Uh-oh. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. Up one more. Okay. Terrible toddlers, 13-20 years of tantrums, taco parties, burrito bashes against each other. Burritos bashes against each other. There twice has been rampant Gunzilla poop. The more part doesn't work anymore. I don't understand what that word is. Circus symbols are forgettable, but skeletons are irresistible. Stupid antelope horns, pegging boards, games. What? Boys do cringe yellow colored shirts, but swallow toothpaste reluctantly. Harry Potter was existing vicariously when moist carpets disrupted heavens. Broken sentences make brain float sadly, spiraling downward. Hippopotamuses play with inflatable dingoes nonchalantly. Zutton almost lost the hedgehog spoke. Are you just putting random words that there was an error T at the end? You should have left the T there without editing it, because then it would have been fine. It would have been fine. I don't know. I'm iffy on that. I'll leave it up to the Discord to decide, though. Should we call an ambulance? Over in the Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Sentence where people just add random words to make relatively coherent sentences, and then once every 2 hours, you guys can make me read them with channel points. Because it takes about 2 hours for there to be enough new words for me to read. Some people I genuinely wonder, like, I always read the previous few words and just put in one that makes sense relatively, grammatically. And then there are some people that are just like, random word. It's like, what? I don't know. There's no real rules, but it's nice when the sentences make sense. I just put in brass. I think I did. Yeah, I did. I like it when people keep them grammatically correct, but I'm not going to complain if they don't. I'm looking at you, Loafs, a lot for just putting in words that make no sense. Yeah, it can be interesting. That's for sure. The thing I hate most about 2020 is how I've gone from being able to stream ludicrous amounts to just genuinely not having the energy to some days. It's like the best part about chronic illnesses is like, it's just the frustration of not being able to do the shit that you used to do. I got so many Hornblade blocks, holy fuck. You'll have to check out the Discord. Yeah, and there's also a room where we're counting to 1 million. Unsuccessfully, I should note. Still have like 4,000 alcohol left. It's a little nuts. How's that digging going? Down there in the basement. Pretty good. Jesus. It's like a humble train today. I didn't realize you could put your username in. That's interesting, Lebaron. That was one of the bundles, right? Humble is still very good for the bundles, but I do recommend people avoid the Humble Choice / monthly stuff just because Humble is kind of becoming a little, not scummy, that's the wrong word to use, but like pushy, I guess, about just trying to get you to subscribe to get a lot of games that you'll literally never play. Like, yeah, it's the best price ever for games, but like, I don't know. Avoid Humble Choice. Warhammer audiobook. That's what I thought it was, but it went away too quickly, and I don't have, like, any way of, like, reading back up in them. Oh, also, in regards to calling an ambulance, if an emergency ever does happen, yell at, I think B-Lug and Stone Hobo both have my mom's phone number. Not that an emergency will happen, but I don't know if I, like, randomly drop dead or something. There is a way to contact my parents. Used to be good, but the last 3 months have been kind of garbo. I don't know. Enjoying seeing them in your library? Yeah, literally. Like, it's just, let's inflate your Steam library backlog problem even more. Unless, like, you play every game you get from Humble Choice, it's remotely worth it. I don't think either of them were very good, personally. Like, yeah, you get a lot of games, but no one has time to play all of those games. I don't think you. You know, I have I just got an email from Patreon because Mandalore Gaming posted a thing, just a little update. Nothing specific, but just a little update, right? And I have so much respect for large content creators that respond to every message they get. Like, he doesn't respond to every YouTube comment, obviously, but he responds to every message he gets on via email and Patreon. And he posted that he's been mostly editing, scheduling, and keeping up with mail. And he says that he has 140 messages in his inbox currently. To give an idea on how swamped things have been. And looking at that goes, like, man, I have so much respect for that shit. Like, I get like 3 to 5 emails a day, and I don't respond to all of them. They're the work they get, you know? So they sell what they can get, and they sell a lot of stuff, so they can only have so many bundles, right? Oh, also, Noida's on sale on Humble. If you don't own it, go own it. And if you have trouble playing bullet hell games, avoid Noida. I want to like Noida, but I just can't. He was gone for the rest of the night. Yeah, I've heard stories like that. I mean, it probably means that his blood sugar was low. I don't fully understand how people can not realize that their blood sugar is low. But I know some people who, like, don't feel when they're going low. I feel immediately when I'm going low. Almost a horror story. I mean, if he was functional enough to be able to say, oh shit, probably not. He just needs a juice box. I mean, I was in a relatively dangerous place, not last night, but the night before. I was at 2.7. Boom! Was that Noida? Thanks, Lobo. Cheers, man. I'm assuming, as you said, incoming pop-up. That was something, regardless. Anyway, when 2.7 is not the lowest I've been, I was at 2.5 once. To give you an idea, like, that's, you go below 2 and you're in a coma, basically. But I was having trouble sleeping, and then I just suddenly started feeling ill. And I just got up and checked my blood sugar, and yep, I was low. Mm-hmm. If you type that in chat, that's fine. Yes, that is indeed a banned term in the chat. I don't know how you actually type that in, but probably because you put the F at the end. But yes, no oofs in chat. That is one of the banned phrases. And I've just add oof with an S to the banned list. Please don't try and get around banned words, even if you think it's funny. Okay. And wow. It's a lot of games. Ha. 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 Of Salat. You know, it's funny. When people have, like, swear filters, people respect it. When people have specific terms they don't want to use, people respect it. When someone has a dumb word banned because they find it really annoying, nobody respects it. Y'all are cool. Cheers, friends. I mean, if it's beeping, he was probably just low. It probably started beeping because he was dropping, and then the rapid beeping probably just meant that he was low. Make sure to keep an ear out for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I also have no frame of reference for how much danger he might have been in. Hard to say. It's a fun struggle, though, I'll say that much. A little bit of lag kicking in. Not entirely sure the cause of it. I'll eventually just default back to that. There they go. Oh, that's why we're lagging. Human caravan has arrived to trade. So we've only been getting one human caravan a year. I actually wonder where these guys are from. Large bronze breastplate. Oh, it doesn't say. It's annoying. Chance of shattering, a masterfully designed image of the shining suns. It's the symbol of the realms of stone. Yeah, we've only been trading with the realms of stone. We haven't trained with the football hooligans. Traded with the football hooligans in a while. Confederacy of Sport. It's very odd. Was it 5 or 10? Get 3,000 years to get a bunch of dragons, and they went extinct from 50 years into World Gen. I don't know. You respect my opinion on I'm stupid? See, you do. I mean... I mean, your name's Oafs a lot, not Oofs a lot. And Oaf isn't a band term, I don't think. So you should be fine, Oaf. Although I do know somebody who has a lot of problems because their name is Cucumber. Like a cucumber pear, Cucumber. But it's really funny because Automod, Twitch's Automod, automatically blocks the name when you type it in because it has the word cum in it. So anybody with Automod turned on can't at that person. Which I don't have turned on, to be clear. Should sell these large gems to these humans because we got a bunch of large gems. Yeah, poor CCP. It's like somebody that I know who had the username Purple Grape Juice for years. Couldn't have the name Purple Grape Juice in World of Warcraft because, well, you can't spell grape without rape. So... Some moderation tools are just hilarious. Called Skookum? Okay. That's funny. You know, honestly, CUM is one of those words where I don't fully understand why it's blocked by filters. I guess if they also have the word sex banned, that makes sense. But, like, how's that offensive in any... I mean, I guess you could use it to go after people and grooming and stuff, but, like, I don't know. There's a bit of a lag due TCOM? What do you mean lag due TCOM? I don't get it. Oh, lag.com? Wait, why would... Oh, I see. So if you were to type in, like, say... Like, if you were to type in that... to make it into a link, it bops you? Because I think that's a default, Moobot thing. Is sexy toaster? That's funny. I mean, I know on Twitch you could go with smexy toaster, SM, because smexy's allowed. I don't know about sexy though. Then there's always like SXE, sexy, but. Remember when Philip DeFranco was named Sexy Phil? Good old days of Yub Tubs. See if the humans brought me any wood. They probably didn't, but worth looking. Sexy Phil, yeah. Got big. Just remember, chat, one of the biggest news YouTubers on YouTube, who is like a political chat YouTuber these days, started off as a YouTuber prank calling his ex-girlfriend. Literally what he did for like the first 10 videos that he put up was literally just me prank calling my ex-girlfriend as pizza guy. I think he's redeemed himself these days, but still. It's just kind of funny when you think about it in that context. being a clickbaiting douche. He's less of a clickbaiting douche these days. I'm just buying food from the humans, so. Prepared wolf lung. That's good. I actually have some dwarves that like wolf specifically. Don't really need so much of the fruits. But if they brought fish, we should buy the fish because we're not fishing. No, it don't look like they did. Buy a bunch of the thread to make a bunch of cloth, keep my weavers happy. And that'll do. Yeah, no, Sexy Phil, what's the word? Popularized the style of thumbnail as of put pretty looking woman wearing almost no clothing as just the thumbnail with like a solid color background for all of your videos and get millions of views. He was that guy. He popularized that shit. So if you were on YouTube and you saw random almost naked chick as in the thumbnail of the thing, it was probably a Philip DeFranco video. Also, do I need to post a thing? There we go. Also, I got a thing to link here. The highlights from the Halcyon After Hours where we played Clue is now up on the Team YouTube channel. On the topic of thumbnails you can trust, that's a thumbnail you can trust. Nobody likes those thumbnails. It's why nobody does them anymore. I hate those thumbnails unless the person is in the video. Like, if it's a thumbnail with a pretty lady, that pretty lady better be in the video. If the pretty lady isn't in the video, then I'ma call bullshit on that shit. And that's basically it. Also, how's that training coming for Pink Fluffy? I think you're not a spear master yet. Still working on you. You're very happy just being a spear dwarf, though. Welcome back, Polkin. Yeah, I just don't like clickbait. It's funny because like I've had some people tell me to clickbait more with my YouTube stuff. I'm convinced that the only reason the DF News videos do so well is because they're the only videos I do that have really eye-catching thumbnails. Everything else I do is like, uh-oh, there's a dwarf fighting with a Kia. And now that Kia is limping in my library towards my books. Come on, dwarves. Go deal with that Kia. Come on. Get in here. Where are we at? There's a Kia in the library, and it's going to steal a book. Damn it. There we go. Now it's a dead Kia. How deep's my well currently? Very deep. Excellent. The news videos are eye-catching? Yeah. Kia's stolen a large serrated glass disc. That's actually kind of impressive. That's actually kind of impressive. Speaking of, I should probably make more weapon traps. Just making them with iron short swords. Then I was going to make them with those glass discs. How to get bloodstains off of books? Your own saliva. The sad part is I'm not joking. Although, you know, do you have an idea how often I have to clean blood off of my keyboard? A couple times a week. Yeah, primarily off the numpad, actually. Being a diabetic is fun. And Mikael has been taken by a Fey Mood, and Pink Fluffy 2 has become a Spearmaster. Congratulations to Pink Fluffy 2. You have completed your training, and you dreamed of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Now you guys can go have a break. But Mikael, who was born in this fortress relatively recently, was one of the more recent maturings of dwarves, is having a Fey Mood. Her finger's broken. That's unfortunate. How old are you, dwarf? 20. Okay, yeah, so still very young. Is wearing a brand new set of lovely clothing and has stitches in her hand. Yeah, Polking. Do you want me to check in on your dwarf? If I can find you. Where were you? There you are. You're excited, remembering performing. You're roughly 104 years old, so you have about another 50 years. How am I suspect? But, like, that wouldn't be clickbait, Morden. That would be completely a legitimate thing to click. Clickbait is when you have a misleading title or thumbnail. Like, for example, clickbait would be brand new Dwarf Fortress graphics revealed. And it's a screenshot of Banished as the thumbnail. That would be clickbait. And I know a YouTuber who's done that. I also know a YouTuber who uses screenshots of Banished, or used a whole set of screenshots of Banished for a set of live stream VODs of Dwarf Fortress that he put up. Gave you a bunch of porn. Cool. I mean, you know, did you really lose, though? Sometimes, like, unsolicited porn is a good thing. Sometimes I'm searching for something completely different and I just get a bunch of porn. I'm like, you know what? I don't mind. This is fine. Save this for later. But no, yeah, that sucks. It sucks when it's hard to search for things and you just get porn. Yeah, at least it's just porn. It could be a lot worse. I mean, come on, Eripterus. The joke that I've had running for years is I'm going to be completely blind at some point in my life, right? I got to watch a lot of porn before I lose all my vision. Otherwise, how am I going to survive when I have no vision left? Although falling down the rabbit hole of porn for the blind is actually fascinating. Practical experience? You make a valid point. I got lots of that, but... Diorite, granite, stray boar, bone, giant cave spider, silk, pig leather, lots of gems, iron bars. I mean, interesting artifact. Braille porn magazines. So there's like two kinds of porn for the visually impaired. There's what you're saying, which is like Braille or like audio stuff. So like, I don't need to explain that too much. Audible recordings. But then there's also like weird textured books that you can buy. I shit you not, like fucking pop-up books with textures. It's very strange, but also kind of a fascinating niche. No, only if you're Catholic, B-Lug. Watching porn makes you blind if you're Catholic. What's the smoke on the left? There's smoke on the left? Oh, this? This is mist. You had me very worried for a second there. Yeah, no, this is mist. Wait, monkey hands? I'm confused, Morden. What's causing it? I can show you in a second. TLDR, I'm pumping water out of the aqueduct up at the top. So in the summer and spring and fall, when it's not frozen, it dumps water down through there, out through drains in the basement, and it's to keep my dwarves happy. Mikael, the stone crafter, has created Zokol Limur, a diorite mini forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris. Is Euthris a parent of yours? I think so. Grandparent? Marital grandfather. Well, that's adorable. That's fascinating. This is one of the strangest conversations we've had in a minute, by the way, chat. But yeah. This dwarf dedicated it to their marital grandfather. It's worth 94,800. That's a pretty valuable one. This is a diorite mini forge. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut purple spinels and decorated with pig bone and pig leather, and encircled with bands of round diorite cabochons and cushion-cut pipe spinels. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of granite and cave spider silk and purple spinel. Also worth noting, we have no children in the fort right now. None. So either I've been keeping the dwarves too busy, or my dwarves ain't having babies, which is a problem. Uh, 45 dwarves in the fort. Space for 5 children. Use it or lose it, as they say, Lord Floof. It's just like your knees. If you use your knees, they will stay healthy. If you don't use your knees, they will seize up and hurt a buttload when you try and go on a hike. I don't have any experience with this whatsoever, and definitely don't have severe knee pain when I walk right now. And definitely don't need physiotherapy for it. Oh yeah, no, totally. Here's the problem. I overused them like crazy, got a bunch of knee injuries, got hit by a car, and then didn't really use them for like 5 years. Do they write adult literature? I've had them write books on reproductive tendencies of many different types of creatures. I don't know if that's necessarily porn. I've had dwarves write books that are, or found books. I don't know if I've necessarily had dwarves write books. I've found books that are, like, you know how it can have a description of the style of the writing? Like, filled with lust. So maybe? Like, let's just peek at a book real quick. Useful mountain halls, right? So this is a Jorge Marmot parchment quire written on the item is a thing entitled Useful Mountain Halls. It concerns the Fortress of Longdeath. Oh, hey, it's a book about the Fortress of Longdeath. I actually haven't looked at this one before. The writing occasionally changes topic abruptly and gets off track from time to time. So instead of saying the writing occasionally changes topic, I've read, like, the writing is filled with lust and stuff like that. I've seen that. You have to pump the water out and redirect the water, build walls, and redirect it in a different direction. How do you do it? I've only done it successfully once and can't really show you on this map. But there's multiple ways you can do it. I did it by pumping the water out. There's so much you need to learn about this game still. Yeah, I mean, it's a deep hole, which is why it's fun. I've been sleeping on the Sunless Skies soundtrack for a while. I've listened to it before, and it just didn't click the first time I listened to it, but this has been chill. I mean, we had a dwarf in the other fort that their description literally was constantly inflamed with lust was the description of the dwarf. Also had the description that they always fall in love and don't care if the feelings are returned or not. So, you know, And then there's other dwarves that never have feelings of lust, so, you know. You can certainly have dwarves that'll just be, like, popping babies out left and fucking right, and then you'll have dwarves that are like, meh. Although, according to Tarn, he did a talk once, I can't remember which one it was, where he actually said that, like, having gay dwarves and ace dwarves is, like, a balancing feature to stop the overpopulation of dwarves. And dwarves were too strong in World Gen until they added in ace and bi and gay dwarves, which is funny to me. Like, I think that's like one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Kotaku fucking loved it. They wrote a bunch of articles about it. They were just like, Dwarf Fortress creator uses sexuality as a balancing feature. It's like, what? But it makes sense when you think about it. It's like, well, dwarves don't need to breed anymore. We have enough dwarves, so stop making dwarves. Okay, how do we stop making dwarves but keep them happy? Make them Roman, that's how. Or Greek? I think that's the term. Holy shit, they added Halloween modifications for emotes? They added a witch hat! There's a little witch hat! It looks terrible, but hold on. It's too small. The witch hat needs to be bigger. It doesn't even, like, cover this dwarf's bald head. Okay, Crypt Y is pretty great. I'm screenshotting that because that's way too funny. Oh gosh. I mean, who doesn't like a little bit of Tommy in their day? If you're subscribed, it's free, but if you're not subscribed, it costs channel points. It's so bad, but it works. That's a dwarf getting eaten by a forgotten pumpkin, clearly. Yeah, modifying emotes doesn't cost channel points if you're a subscriber. It's a sub perk that I can turn on and off, and I have it on. For some reason, I can't see that one. You have to actually like go here. I'll show you how to do it if you don't know how to do it. So in chat, go down, click on this, channel points, go to modify a single emote, select the emote that you want to modify, and then give it a witch chat or put it in a pumpkin. And then press enter. And then you have it for 24 hours, and you can use it globally. What, the actor who plays Thor? Wasn't he voted like one of the world's most attractive men or something? No, for not subscribers, it's 2,000. If you're not a subscriber, it's 2,000 channel points. It shouldn't cost any channel points for you. It shouldn't. It's literally turned on as a perk. Hold up. Let me see if I can fix this. Because it's literally supposed to be a subscriber perk that you just get that for free. You kept for choosing a duck? I feel really bad. I'd refund them if I could. Where did Twitch hide this freaking, like, thing? Oh. I understand. I get it. So it's, the seasonal ones don't seem to be in there. Drag these modifiers in edit mode to activate. Where am I putting these? Oh, do they lock them behind the higher tiers? That's ridiculous. That's extremely stupid. Not a fan of that. Okay, so yeah, it's tier 2 and tier 3. I thought that was just for everybody. That's ridiculous. Not a fan of that at all. Also, I can't do the seasonal ones because that's cool. Ugh. Those lizards are cute. Cooler's emotes are good. But you're tier 2? Yeah, but okay. So I can only make one of them free. The one that's free is the horizontal flip. Supposedly. I thought that it was all of them all the time for all tiers, but I am wrong. Which is dumb. The Realms of Stone have arrived with their annual tribute because it is fall. I don't know. Twitch has done a terrible job implementing channel points, and that's pretty well known. I'm not going to read this all off, but I'm going to shout out the fact that they gave us a silver pike, which is really cool. And an iron whip, which is also really cool. That's really cool.
Cheese for everyone!
A silver pike's a weapon. I can tell you that. I'm trying to think, what's a good feature Twitch implemented? I really like the new channel page. I didn't like it initially, but now that I'm used to it, I really like it. It has a lot of features that I really enjoy. What else has Twitch done? At least they added picture-in-picture ads, which are slightly better than the normal than the old ads. At least the ads don't crash the player anymore, at least for me. What are other good features Twitch has added? Twitch has added a lot of really nice features that are all like behind the... don't worry about it, Ghost. Twitch has added a lot of features that I think are really good, but they're all like behind the scenes shit. Like, I know exactly how many credit cards canceled now, which is a recent thing that they added. So when I get paid, if I get paid less than the estimate, it tells me how many subs worth of credit cards bounced, type of thing, which they didn't tell me up until recently. While playing Dwarf Fortress. I don't listen to any Final Fantasy music because Squeenix is one of those companies that likes to demonetize YouTube videos for and monetize it for themselves when you what's the word? Use their music. So I don't make a ton of money on YouTube, but like the first part of the Longdeath VODs on YouTube has made like $4 now. So I would like that money if possible. But yeah, I'm very picky on the music that I listen to, because anything that will trigger the YouTube demonetization automation, I don't use or listen to. Welcome for what? Not getting demonetized or the $3? You're premium, so you sleep to them? Oh, so you're probably a large portion of the... What's the word I'm looking for here? The, I think it's... Hold on. Actually, let me look. Hold on. How much money have I made from YouTube Premium in the last 30 days? I could tell you really fast. Okay, so in the last 28 days, and this is a lot more than normal, I've made $109.74 Canadian. How much of that? $20.07 of that is YouTube Premium. $20.07. $89.67 in ads. That's actually a pretty high percentage. 75% of my revenue comes from skippable ads. 20% comes from bumper ads. Thanks for 20 bucks, Arch. Dwarves have arrived for trading. Well, it's that time of year, right? Video game videos or ad revenue is going up because it's holidays. Although I literally got an ad for AFK Arena on YouTube relatively recently. That was literally just, are you tired of the ads for this fucking game? Here's how to get rid of them. Install the game. And I was just like, fuck you. I don't need damn phone games. I don't play games on my phone, you tits. God. Damn. Weeby idle gotchas. The fuck out of here. It was kind of an amusing ad. I don't mind ads that are entertaining, and that one was pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. Time to sell them my used laundry. And some new laundry, too. Look at all those dresses. My God. The stuff with X's is the stuff that's used. The bolder the X's, the more used they are. And if they have double X's, they're literally, like, covered, so tattered they're about to fall apart. This is something I hope that the Steam version keeps, is the degradation written in text that's easy to discern, or some other method of very easily sorting through all this shit. But yeah, no, in order to, like, I don't know, I have, like, these numbers in my head that if I earn them, I'm going to, or if I hit them, I'm going to be significantly less, not money grabby, but I don't think of myself as particularly money grabby, but less annoying and commenting on things like, hey, Patreon. Like, the numbers that I have in my head is if my Patreon hits $1,000, I'm going to stop talking about it on Twitch. And if I hit 500 subs on Twitch is kind of the window where I start looking at that weekly top supporter goal and go, maybe I'll just get rid of that. I don't like it. I come from a time on Twitch where Twitch didn't have any of that shit. And I look at it as not exploitative, but like, I don't like the thought that it's possible that I might be part of people's problem spending habits, if that makes sense. I don't like that idea. And it comes up enough in my brain that I worry about it. It pops up in the chat every 30 minutes. The bot posts it. Also, all of the sub sounds that you hear are from patrons. So the sound commands that you hear people using, that's all from Patreon. Ad for about 20 minutes for some new TV type where the guy explained what was new about the technology and how it worked and stuff like that. That's fascinating. I once watched a 25-minute ad that was literally just a YouTube video of Gordon Ramsay cooking. And it was fascinating. Like that. That's Audio's custom sound command that he gets through a tier 3 subscription. Hi, Audio. How are you? How's the house shenanigans going? Home ownership. It's a thing that happens. Great timing, you know. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What do you request of our merchants? Same thing. Wood! So good, I gather. discuss what we wish to purchase from you. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Long weekend, or is it to help people move? Six days. Oh, right. Yeah. 6 days on, 3 days off. Yeah. We have tomorrow and Friday off. Gotcha. Friday, I'm going to the pub with a friend of mine because today is the 1-year anniversary of my ex moving out. Well, technically, yesterday she started moving out, but 21st was when she was finished moving out, and that was, or about halfway finished moving out, which was when I did the first stream after all that shit happened. And Friday is the 1-year anniversary of me and my friend Kevin going to the bar, and then going to the next bar, and then going to the next bar, and then going to another bar, and then we went to another bar, and then we walked out into the park and got really baked, and then we went to another bar and ate breadsticks, and then we went to Wendy's and had ice cream, and somehow I got home. For an undeterminable while? Going from $1 to $2? I mean, it goes a long way. Animal is stumbling around obliviously. I think that's just what he does all the time anyway. So yeah, we obviously can't go on a stupid bar crawl this year because, well, there's a pandemic happening, but it ain't gonna fucking stop us from going to a bar or two. We're just going to an area where everything's outside and we can be safe and use hand sanitizer and all that. That's what you gotta do, right? Penny pinching, as they say. But yeah, no, the place that we're going, which I was kind of talking about earlier, it's called Moody Row. You can actually look it up if you want. It's 6 craft breweries on one street, and then another 5 a few blocks up. And every single one of them either have indoor tasting rooms where you can go inside and taste their beers, or order beer, or outdoor seating, or just like a window in the side of a wall where you can just like go up and order pints or tasting shelves or whatever you want and sit outside. So we're gonna do that. Don't make me feel guilty here, Stone. Take care of yourself, yo. Masks are mandatory on the trains, so it's just a matter of be safe. As safe as you can be. Also, I love the fact that both the Outpost liaisons I've had show up with an... I wonder if it's the same Pitchblade Lular. Yeah, it's the same description. Strings are made from silver and the plectrum is made from earthenware. Made from bronze. I wonder if this is Mistum's instrument. If you send me a DM, oh, that DM, yeah. Maybe. Depends on time. I'll just forward it to you in DM rather than voice. Easier. But I'll do that after. Yeah, I wonder if this is Mistim's. On the sausage and chips you had today. Man, I could go for some sausage and chips. That sounds delicious. Sausage and some chips and some cheese-covered broccoli. Gimme. Yeah, I wonder. So for those of you who don't know, my Mistim, the outpost liaison we had from year 5 till year 80-ish, we assume passed away, always brought a pitch blend lular, which is this basically a lute. It's a handheld string instrument. Always brought it and always stood in the tavern and played it for about a season until they left. Every year. This is our new outpost liaison, Asteth Uvilrith, who is playing a pitch blend lular in the tavern. It's kind of beautiful. Maybe it's part of this faction's culture that the outpost liaisons are musicians. I kind of love that. I kind of love that. Also, holy crap, it's 1:58. I'm gonna go pull me insulin out of the fridge. Give me a minute. Be back in a sec, because I gotta do lunch in about 10 minutes. Hi, Warm Chat. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right, sorry, just had to pull needles out of the fridge. Yeah, no, today's been pretty good. I've been having a hard day braining, but you know, it's just one of those days where braining be difficult. I already traded with them. I need to trade with them again. Braining is difficult today, but outside of that, good night. You know, no real issues outside of that, I don't think. Also, I totally forgot to finish up this basement suite, so we should do that. I'm like the bad landlord that forgets. I wanted to go grocery shopping this morning, but I slept in, so. Also, shit, today's the 21st. This means Ziggurat 2 comes out tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm actually, like, way too excited about that. I really enjoyed Ziggurat 1. It's very rare that I get, like, kind of excited for a sequel to a video game. Did anybody here play the first Ziggurat? Okay, whose bed is this? Eternals. Eternals getting a basement suite. It felt unfinished. It was budget. But yes, it was complete. That game was kind of before early access was all the rage. But I don't know. It got a shit ton of content added to it too. They like tripled the number of weapons and items in the game. There's a lot of weird shit in that game. There's not a lot of bosses or enemies, but roguelite, yes, is what I'm talking about. It was a very budget game for its time, and if you play it now, it certainly didn't age the greatest, which is why I'm excited for a sequel to it. That studio's, all of their games have like an element of jank to them though. But I really, really, really liked the first Ziggurat. It was just a fun game to play. But yeah, no, they're making a proper sequel to it. The issue with the first one is it's written in their own engine, right? So it's dated as fucking hell, and just it has a lot of problems now. I don't know when you played it, but it's not as good as it was at launch. But sequel is going to be in early access, and they're massively improving it, so. Like, it's already going to have more weapons than it did at launch, than the original did. But it's not going to be a huge hit or anything. It doesn't have very much press coming out about it, but I liked the first one a whole lot. I'm gonna stream the sequel. I don't know what the hell is rotting in here, but I'm just gonna set all this to be dumped. Definitely the kangaroo meat. Also, all of a sudden, a bunch of food is just, like, rotting in people's bedrooms. Come on, dwarves. At least put it in your bins so that they don't rot. But no, for its time, Ziggurat 1 was a really good game. But that game is 6 years old now and doesn't age all that well. Which is why I'm excited for a rehash of the same concept, because it was a good goddamn concept, and I'm happy that that studio is done making Farm Together. Because I'm never going to get anything out of Farm Together, damn it. How was Mika doing? Mika had a tough childhood. Lonely after being unable to make merry. You want to make merry, eh? We're making blocks. We're going to spend many jobs. It's chill, mindless fun, totally. But it's like it's not something that I'm ever gonna play. So personally, it's lost on me, you know? Like, I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's just not a game that I want to play. Whereas, I really want to play that Ziggurat. There you go. You get to go meditate on jewels. Hopefully that helps you. But yeah, no, I'm just excited to see a studio that I liked make a game that's a sequel to a game I liked with an actual budget this time. And it runs much better? Yeah, I believe that. I don't know. The more I hear about the Switch as the Switch ages, the more happy I am that I don't own a Switch. Because, like, I feel like every time I really hear about the Switch, it's like kind of weirdly negative things now. It's like, oh, well, this game doesn't run so well. It's always either game doesn't run so hot, or something to do with Joy-Cons breaking. Like every single day, that's what I hear about the Switch now. It's either Joy-Cons breaking or games not running so well. I'm kind of happy that I never bought a Switch. It's fine for a lot of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Vita or like owning a laptop, right? Like, there's some things that'll be great for it, and then some things that just won't be. But yeah, no, I don't generally get excited about new games, but did someone just die? No? Why are they all of a sudden hauling a shit ton of clothing out of somewhere? Oh, it's because they're dumping all of the clothing. Whoops. That's fine. Didn't realize that they would automatically dump all of the clothing out of there. Does it feel thin in your hands? I'm really happy I didn't get a Switch because 2020 happened. And it's like, the reason I was considering getting a Switch was for like traveling and events. And before 2020 happened, I was actually planning on going on a trip down to California just as a vacation. I was planning on just getting on a train and going down to California and back, taking like 3 weeks to do that. It was something that and then streaming at a few friends' houses on the way down. But I didn't end up doing that because 2020 happened, obviously. And while I was kind of looking at that, I was like, I was thinking that a Switch would be really nice for that. But then 2020 happened, and now I'm like, well, I don't really need a Switch. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it was more just for the train ride than anything. Spitalier has been possessed. Spitalier hasn't been possessed since New Year's. I don't know if Spitalier's lurking, but... Did you just grab 2 boulders and began your construction? Hornblade, diorite, and granite. Well, give me a mundane one, that's for sure. Joy-Con drift is some bullshit. You don't use them for most of the time because you play on the TV. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I've been seriously considering getting like just an RPi for... Oh, shit. So Gate Nerd was constantly depressed and like going insane. She's getting used to tragedy and no longer is depressed. Is lonely, but no longer depressed. I'm going to add animal to your squad. Yeah, I mean, I would, I don't know if I'd buy an NVIDIA Shield. I've thought about, like, an Android box just to run, like, Netflix and shit. Mostly because I'm getting fucking tired of Roku. Roku's kind of garbage. A Hornblade figurine of dwarves and claims it as claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cryo, which is his partner. Before the whole plague thing, I like how that's a way to start the sentence. Switch lights and school's been mostly out all year. He's played the shit out of it. He doesn't seem to have any issues with the stick and other hardware thus far. He plays Monster Hunter World all the time. Wait, Monster Hunter World's on the Switch? Interesting. Yeah, no, totally. This is a Hornblade figurine of dwarves. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. This item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in Hornblade by Spitalier. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. It's a pity it didn't use mudstone. It is encircled with bands of round direct cabochons, and the subject menaces with spikes of granite. On the item is an image of Fight Threat, the Lemonite mug in Hornblade. Good investment, Aqua. Although, if Nintendo decided to give me the, I don't know, $70 probably, $70 to $100 in ad revenue that they've claimed from old videos, maybe then I would consider it. That actually, now something that just popped into my brain, is Epion, Jupiter Hell developer, told me once that if they ever patch Jupiter Hell to Switch, Animal is throwing a tantrum. That is not good. Is no longer throwing a tantrum, but threw a tantrum. Hopeless after suffering a major injury. Although you're very satisfied about things, so... did you commit a crime? Not that I'm seeing. Nobody's reporting crime. Be okay. Where was I going? But yeah, anyway, he said that if they ever port Jupiter Hell to Switch, he'll send me a Switch with Jupiter Hell on it. I don't know how true that is, but maybe I'll end up owning his Switch one day. Let's see if we can fix this dwarf. They're sparring. Just wrestling, but at least they should just be wrestling. Yeah, they're just wrestling. Although Animal is so covered in jewelry, he might as well be wearing brass knuckles. You don't like handheld gaming? I like how you count the Game Gear before the Vita. I don't know. I like handheld gaming. I don't do it. Like, my first ever video game thing was a Game Boy Advance SP, and I loved the damn thing. But I don't know. Just haven't bought one. The problem is, you know, there's so much cross-platform games now these days, right? So it doesn't really matter, because I would rather own a game on PC than I would on Switch, generally. Because I'll probably get a better experience on PC than Switch. In most instances. You guys want to see some stats? I'm going to blind y'all. This is one of my most successful videos since my YouTube channel got monetized. This the news update about dwarves being represented graphically, which upset like 5 people a whole lot, that the lady dwarf doesn't have a beard, but fucking $30 in ad revenue. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Like, it's not bad in the slightest. Wish they all did that well. Yeah, it is pretty good. That one paid for itself. Granted, it didn't take me 3 hours at minimum wage. Well, that's about 2 hours at minimum wage work here. And it took me less than an hour to make that video, so that's not bad. We'll see you later, Brander. Thanks for hanging out today. As always. Cheers. Dwarves are singing. Animal. Satisfied remembering, weaving, blissful remembering, sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. This dwarf does not have enough sad thoughts. Just want abstract thinking. Make you into a scholar again. Give that squad a break because the other one is fixed. We fixed Gate Nerd. He's no longer depressed. Wait, hold on. Who described them as AC/DC Kanye? Was that the podcast? Did we say that? I mean... yeah, that sounds like something we'd say. Ryan said that? Not Ryan, it's just Ryan. R-Y-N-E. I mean, I don't think that about Idol. I consider them to, like that one song intro sounds like a Kanye West bit. That's his custom sound, so it's not, you don't have access to that one, cutest. Yeah, that's something Ryan would say. But I describe idols as my replacement for Rage Against the Machine. That's how I describe idols. So when we're talking about idols and their music, they're my replacement for Rage Against the Machine. They're just like this big fucking wall of noise, like just soaked in anger. But they don't call themselves a punk band, and they get really mad when you call them anything but a rock band, so they're a rock band. And they compare themselves to AC/DC, saying that they're just a rock band who's mad. No. They're one of those bands that thinks that all genre naming and conventions is dumb, and don't like it when they get, like, pinned into a hole. They like, just being a rock band. So that's what they are. They are a rock band who writes rock music. You should go to sleep. Alrighty, cuties. We'll see you when we see you. Fucking brilliant. Strawberry Girls are really good. Really good band, really unique name. That's a lot of dwarves dancing. Oh, someone's reporting a crime? Who committed a crime? What? Oh, Animal threw another tantrum. 2 dwarves are reporting crimes from looks of it. Rhinestone was found dead. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bookkeeper grabs the scholar by the mudstone crown with her left hand and scratches the scholar in the right hand, fracturing the bone. Force twists the wrist, bending the muscle. Bookkeeper punches the scholar in the upper body with her left hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the heart through a pigtail cloak. Punched him to death by giving a heart attack, punching him in the chest. Also, earlier up here, the scholar... Okay, the bookkeeper punches the scholar in the head with her right hand, bruising the muscle, fracturing the skull. Scholar has been stunned. Force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat and tearing apart the upper tendon in the upper spine that has been torn. And the bookkeeper punches the scholar in the right cheek. Tore her spine. Ah. Euthyrus comes and collects the body. Chat, can I get a round of salutes or beers or something for poor Rhinestone? The first body of today. Animal killed him. Let's see where he gets buried. I have to put something in there. Because this dwarf wrote the most books in the fortress. Easily. And had 5 apprentices in the fortress. This dwarf was a naturalist and a scholar. One of the very early dwarves. It's unfortunate that they had to die to Animal, who was another one of our scholars. It's horrible. We'll see you later, Psychon. Cheers, man. Thanks for the kind words. Well, Squug is no longer married. The wizard himself. Now officially single. So, I'm going to interrogate Animal. The reason I'm going to interrogate Animal is because Animal just fucking killed Rhinestone. Animal tantrumed and beat the ever-living shit out of Rhinestone and killed him. Squug, who is currently sleeping, is my sheriff. And so we're going to interrogate Squug. Or Squug's going to interrogate Animal. So that we can convict him of murder as well as just disorderly conduct. Because right now we just have witnesses of disorderly conduct. But if I interrogate him, I'm pretty sure that I'll also get a murder charge. I think that's how that works. Although I need you to stop storing owned items right now. Yeah, no, that's sad. Genuinely sad. An animal's trying to complain to somebody in charge, but he's too busy storing all of his items. Because Squug owns 402 objects. 402. No more, no less. 402. But now he's going to go conduct meeting. Hopefully without getting hungry. Here comes Animal. Got yelled at. Now you're going to go back to storing owned items. Clearly, counterintelligence isn't as important as you putting away your clothing. I guess because his wife died, he suddenly ceases to... He suddenly gains ownership of all of his wife's possessions, I assume. Alright, I need a new dwarf set up as sheriff. Or captain of the guard. You know what, Pink Fluffy? You get a new job. All right, Pink Fluffy, you should go interrogate pretty quick. There he goes. Squug the wizard is just too busy with his job. Let's hope that this counterintelligence works. We can give Animal a more major sentence. Do you think he's going to admit it, chat? I hope so. Interrogation report. Animal the book here. Keeper, Winter 87. Nope. Subject was not afraid and refused. Can I interrogate you again? I don't think so. Try to interrogate you 2 more times. Hey, stupid. We've got a murder investigation going on. I had a dwarf tantrum and murder another dwarf, and I'm trying to put him in prison for a longer period of time by getting him to confess to murder. Nope, not again. Well, we'll just simply give you the 2 accounts of disorderly conduct. We're going to go beat him, I guess. Just a beating is what he gets. I mean, I wanted to gulag him. Perhaps the Squug as the captain of the guard would have been able to do a better job. Animal's been found dead. Well, I mean, I guess that's a justified sentence. 43 dwarves we have now. And Astro carries the corpse out. Hope you like your job, Pink Fluffy. Jack, can I get a round of beers for another dead dwarf? They're not drained of blood. Just saying. They were just found dead, not drained of blood. Found dead and found dead. They were beaten to death. Mangled, even. If it was drained of blood, that would be much more exciting.
Crip your poor dwarf.
Indeed. Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Wit code. Jack, can we get a proper round of beers for that resub as well? Good to have you back. Yeah, I guess we need a coffin for you. Like, while I don't like the K-pop emotes, I just kind of have to accept that they're there. You know, it's something I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen anybody selling a Twitch account for the emotes that they have on them yet. You know that having an old Twitch account is worth it when someone successfully sells an old Twitch account for the emotes on it. How's the day gone so far? We've actually had 2 deaths. We just lost Rhinestone, one of my naturalist. And then the dwarf animal was beaten to death for the crime of murdering Rhinestone in a tantrum. I was trying to work on fixing Rhinestone, or fixing animal, but it didn't work, unfortunately. It's been pretty good. But once I get this body dealt with, I'm gonna go get me lunch, and I've got pasta for lunch today, so I will be up for a minute while I do all of my stuff. I have pasta because I am out of sandwich meat and out of cheese, so I'm having pasta with sauce instead of sandwich like I normally do. But aside from that, day's gone pretty good. 45. Stupid. Hard cap of 50 so that they can have children. But soft cap of 45. Rip pasta animals? What? I'm confused. I mean, could have just eaten steak. I actually have some frozen beef. I mean, I'm not having any meat on my pasta. It's just gonna be cheese sauce. Hulking is going to place Rhinestone's corpse in the tomb. Not enough natural death, only unnatural deaths. There we go. Jack Knight III has created a statue for Rhinestone. We will put in his tomb right there. How am I keeping my dwarves busy? They don't really need to be kept that busy. They're kept pretty busy by making their clothing. I'm slowly mining out large chunks of things, which I'm making into statues and other things. But you'd be amazed how busy they keep themselves just doing demonstrations in the guild halls. It's a lot of like, leading crafting demonstration or leading crafts or stone crafting demonstration, or a leatherworking demonstration, a dyeing demonstration, a metal crafting or smithing demonstrations. All of those demonstrations are very good at using up time. Same with just dancing and socializing. Dwarves love just spending time together. So, plus, you know, all the dwarves have jobs like smelting, like this, glass making. A lot of trade materials that I just immediately trade away. That's not a natural death. The death caused by someone. Natural is when you die peacefully in your sleep, specifically on the 1st of spring. All right, I'm gonna go grab me lunch. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hopefully nobody dies while I'm gone. Don't get too bored without me, chat. BRB. Ah, Rhinestone, just the man I wanted to speak with. Can you do me a huge favor and tell me whether or not you consider being punched in the head until your spine snaps as a natural death? I think it's not a natural death. Chat seems to think it's a natural death. Is that, or is that not a natural death? Like, would that be considered natural?
Many people ask me, Nikita, will be the blin.
It's not natural. Okay, see, chat, that is getting punched in the head till spine be snappeth. Doing insulin from some sexy person's neck? What? I'm confused. I stab myself in the stomach with needle that give me insulin. I don't know how I would get insulin from some sexy person's neck, though. I do have pasta. And it must be spring. It is. Anybody dead? Max the Naturalist has been found dead. Another dwarf died. Also of this one did die of natural causes, though. No foul play or anything involved here. This dwarf owned 4 dogs. I'm gonna go to Google. I'm gonna type in natural death definition. Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Death occurring in the course of nature from natural causes, as in age or disease, as opposed to an incident or violence. Also, Max was a very old dwarf. I think Max was one of the oldest dwarves in the fort. Was like 160 something. I'm still waiting for the king in the fortress to die. Dictionary is wrong. You live in a different world than the rest of us, apparently. So we do have a gift arriving from the Realms of Stone, but I'm gonna follow Max's corpse. Rest in peace. Can we get another round of beers for our poor dwarf Max, who just passed away? It's a death by violence, not a death from natural causes. I mean, the Fiends of Flame are definitely caused by gender reveal parties. I'm not sure about the Shadow of Demons, though. He died. Don't worry, my sheriff beat him to death. I tried to get him to admit to the murder, but he refused. So we just convicted him of the lesser crime of like basically public disturbance. And because of that, my dwarves murdered him with a beating instead of just putting him in prison. I wanted to just put him in prison, but... I mean, if you want to go against strict definitions of the English language, then by all means, CCX. You could say that anger is a force of nature that causes violence. Also, I love that I put the statue of Ryan in the wrong room. Stone, are you here? You present? I think you are. This is the smallest tribute they've ever brought us. One fire clay. One single fire clay. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. We're not at war. They're just not bringing us tribute. Well, I mean, fire clay is just the color of the clay, right, Lobo? Well, possession isn't a thing in real life. But in Dwarf Fortress, if a dwarf gets possessed and murdered somebody, they were killed by supernatural forces, not natural death. I don't even see a question there. I go rinse this. That was good pasta. Which they didn't send. Yeah, right. I don't know, man. I'm very torn on this whole thing. Excuse me. That usually ends with dehydration. I mean, supernatural forces caused a natural death, but dehydration is death by lack of water. That's also still not a natural death. And if they go insane and start beating dwarves, that's also not a natural death because that's them getting beaten to death due to them going insane and beating people. See, I don't know. Nope. Never really had a problem. The only time I had some problems with that was dwarves smoothing the walls in the maze, which was this. I had some dwarves that, like, oh, also, like, when we tried to place the corpse of the Cyclops on this pedestal, I had a bunch of dwarves cancel it and drop it halfway because it was heavy and taking them forever, and they'd get thirsty first, and then they'd go get food. So, getting mauled by a bear is not a natural death. But okay. That's the only place. Hydroxy? Is that how you say that? Thanks. Fire clay is fine as a tribute. It's just... Just fire a clay? I mean, come on. Still Esm wild cloistered. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna end this conversation. Let's drop the whole, is it natural or is it not? Because you guys are literally just arguing the incorrect definition of the word and starting to just hurt my brain. Stop. No, that's a death by violence, you piece of... No, I'm just going to ignore everybody else who brings this up. And if you keep bringing it up, I'm just going to start bopping you. It's not the definition of the word. Read the fucking dictionary. Christ. Yeah, I mean, it was silly for the first 20 minutes, and now it's just annoying, you know? Like, there's a point where a joke stops being a joke and just gets degrading. And we passed that 10 minutes ago. With chainmail? Depends on where the chainmail is draped and where the bear hits you. Like if you're wearing a chainmail shirt and the bear hits you in the head, your head's still falling off. But it'll probably help a little bit. Probably not much. That sentence hurts my brain, Polking. Well, obviously, because you have no brain, Hayes. We've made that clear from this discussion. What? You having no brain? Have you been reading the stuff you've been typing in the past 30 minutes? Because, gosh. Some of the most painful shit I've read in a while. Then, what? What? If you never learned how to read, then how are you communicating in Twitch chat? Mean? Nah. Bit of banter? That one message? Twitch being a derp is where it went. Wait, really? So you learned... Wait, did you learn to read from voice to text? I know Cooler learned to read from playing video games on the internet. And just the internet. Or he learned to speak English, anyway. Fortress attracted no migrants. That's got me worried, actually. The fact that 2 years in a row we've attracted no migrants. The last time we had a migrant was just one migrant. I'm supposed to get 3 more dwarves. I mean, I know a dude through Twitch, and we were talking at PAX about his dad, and apparently his dad's favorite thing ever... Hi, Patolus. His dad's favorite thing ever is his phone. And the reason his phone is his favorite thing ever is because he's learned a lot from it. Never learned to read. His dad was illiterate. Spent a lot of time in prison from, I think, cocaine trafficking charges. But once he got out of prison, cell phones were a thing, and smartphones were a thing, and has since and lives in like the greater Seattle area, and has since taught himself more or less how to run his own like personal weed operation using nothing but voice to text and text to speech. So can't read, but has taught himself to grow, manage, and care for 3 marijuana plants, got a legal license to sell it, and has started distributing weed to local shops out of his basement with nothing but a cell phone and text to speech. He's like, my dad's a genius. He's just an idiot, which is one of the funniest quotes about somebody I've ever heard. So my friend's dad is a genius, but also an idiot. He's an idiot because he had like went about everything the wrong way in life due to his upbringing, but is a genius, and since then has started his own like legitimate business, which I think is fascinating. Everything that you can learn is worth learning, and I don't need to explain that to you. Wait, hold on a second. You've been cutting trees off of Grandma's house. Why does your grandma have trees growing on her house? If you have to physically cut trees off of a house, we have a problem. Why does she have trees growing on her house? If you're like cutting the trees in your grandma's... Yeah, exactly. Are you an elf? Is your grandma an elf? What the hell? Either I very massively misread that sentence, but like, hot cup of tea has been possessed. That's very funny. You had trees growing on your car once? You must have parked your car for a real long time. Hot cup of tea is claimed a craft store shop. Grabs a boulder, some cloth. Yeah, if you're cutting trees off your grandma, I have even more questions. Of course, just like everybody's grandma, living in a shoe through the mountains, through the woods. Parked it for almost a year. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Still, the way the way you wrote that initially, very much read like need bones. Very much read like you had your grandma had trees growing on her house. Hot cup of tea is going to make a mug and marry it. I hope not. That would be weird. But also would be nice to have another artifact mug. I mean, I can think of at least one building that I know of that has goats on the roof. So there has to be a building that has trees on the roof. House with trees on roof. Images. I mean, obviously, this is Patolis's grandma's house. Right here. Obviously, that's what Patolis is. Or Patolis's house is a tree hugger, like this, you know? Where they just built around... That's actually a really cool image. They just built around the tree. Or, Anyway. Hot cup of tea has begun a mysterious construction. After grabbing boar bone, rough sards, rope reed cloth, spider silk, cheap wool cloth, rillet cut praise opals, hemp cloth, and nice. I read an article relatively recently about a whole portion of desert in Australia where everybody lives in like these hobbit hole tunnels underground because it's too hot to live above ground. And also cheese for everyone. But that's like one very specific part of desert in Australia. I would totally live in a hole in the ground if I had more like square footage than this apartment. Oh, you're just naming the places where you can live underground? Also, for anybody who missed it earlier, I need y'all to go retweet this. Yeah? Because it's kind of a big deal. And Hot Cup of Tea has made a nice bracelet and claims it as a personal treasure. Not a mug, claiming it as a personal treasure. Am I going to be participating? Read the tweet. Read the damn tweet! This is a nice bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval nice cabochons and rose-cut praise opals, and encircled with bands of sheep wool and cave spider silk and rope reed. This object menaces with spikes of sard. On the item is an image of emerald-cut gems and hemp. On the item is an image of dwarves and pig bone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, the ignited creation in year 5. But TLDR, my team is hosting it. So yes, and yes. I will have a 4-hour slot, and I will also be hosting, which means you'll hear me on other streams. It's gonna be interesting, frankly. I'm curious to see how it goes. I mean, my feelings on RimWorld are pretty simple. I don't stream RimWorld, but I'll play it for events. So, I will play it for an event. But then again, I'll do a lot of things that I wouldn't normally do for events. Like, I don't normally stream Tabletop Sim, but I'll stream Tabletop Sim for an event, you know? I could be convinced to stream a lot of games for, either money or events. But yeah, no, it's gonna be exciting. And hopefully it goes well, frankly. So the price of the artifact you could get with stuff like All Craft Ship is pretty garbage. I mean, even the worst quality artifacts are of the highest quality. They just use simple ingredients, you know? Like, you can make some incredibly good plain oatmeal. It's still plain oatmeal. So even if it's like the best plain oatmeal in the world, it's still plain oatmeal. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could perfectly cook oatmeal, but put, you know, nothing fancy or any kind of extra flavors or anything, and it's gonna taste like perfectly textured oatmeal. But it's just oatmeal, you know? So you can make a perfectly made granite ring, but it's just a granite ring. It's never gonna be worth as much as a granite ring encrusted with gold, with spikes of diamond, right? You know, a plain granite ring is just a granite ring, you know? This is a lighter. It works just fine as a lighter. But it's gonna be worth less than a lighter made of solid steel. Dude, once you've had, like, incredibly good oatmeal... Good oatmeal is hard to come by. A woodcrafting demonstration. Neat. Let's get some dwarves doing crafting. You guys processing plants. I'll get my weavers and stuff doing something. Is there just like... Why is there a buzzard leg there? Buddy, who put the buzzard leg next to the anvil? Can you get rid of that, please? Be awesome. The thing that I really want is I want necromancers to have more weird moods. Because right now there's like no punishment to having necromancers in your fort. I think it'd be really cool if a necromancer had a weird mood, they went and grabbed the dwarf, and if they had like a unique kind of mood, they'd go and grab a sentient creature and then make an intelligent undead out of them. I think that would be really cool. Oh no, totally, Sky. But like if you get yourself some high quality oatmeal, it's like if you make real good oatmeal, holy shit, that shit's to die for. Experiment creatures in a mood? It's an experimental hammer? What do you mean? Oh, no. I mean, like, yeah, they'll make intelligent undead. Yeah, like, they'll go, like, say, grab a dog and then make it into a weird zombified dog with wings and scales. Or they'd grab a dwarf and then make them into, I don't know. Let's just say there's a dwarf named Hayes Haza, and then Hayes Haza makes a Hayes Haza's horror out of Urist McTubby, and then Urist McTubby becomes Hayes Haza's horror instead of a dwarf, and can now fly and has mysterious mind powers that lets him make shit explode at a distance. Yeah, but it would be a reason... I mean, it could be a bad thing. Maybe the experiments could go wrong, and then instead of, like, doing that, they go insane in the process and murder a bunch of people. I don't know. I think that you could have a lot of fun with having necromancers in your fort more so than just, you know, they're there. Has the ability to make dad jokes. Has the ability to make bad jokes and be pink. Because your name's Pink. So... I don't know. I guess I just wish that necromancers did more than they do currently. Because they really don't do much right now. My music end. My music ended. Eh. Nice one. Let's do it again. It's the soundtrack to a game called Hue. Game I got for free on Epic and haven't played yet. It's a little color-based platformer. Got a good theme to it, though. You like pitch shift colors to be able to move between planes that you can and cannot move to. I'm not pink shaming. What I pink shame? Sorry, I was simply commenting on the fact that your name was Pink, not that you shouldn't be pink. You can be pink if you want to. It's Twitch, after all. You can literally select whatever color you want. Although if you make your name white, I'll have you know, you're a douche. Because then your name is invisible for me. And so I will go into a little extension that I have and manually change your number to something that's not white. Pink is a good color. Best quote about pink, though, is Wreck-It Ralph. It's not pink, it's salmon, okay? Get it? It's not pink. It's salmon. We don't call that pink here. That's salmon. Two can change. I mean, a toucan potentially could, but it would be kind of hard with that beak, you know? Salmon is delicious. I made a salmon pasta with peas and mushroom sauce last night, and it was tasty. But yeah, if you want to change the color of your username, go to click on the little gear, bottom of chat. You can change your chat appearance. And the capitalization of your name, too. Master Chef, my ass. Maybe if I made the pasta from scratch and the sauce from scratch too. Sauce was from a bottle and the pasta was dried, so I'd hardly call that Master Chef, sir. Gordon Ramsay would not be impressed, and my plating was subpar at best. But it was tasty. So in that regard, I consider it a victory. But it did make my blood sugar do some weird fucky things, so maybe I shouldn't consider it a victory. Oh no, totally. It was a really good bottle sauce. Why did I make that extra connection? Mostly for speed of construction for my dwarves. Slapping a salmon on the frying pan just to fry it just right. I generally do my salmon in the oven. I like a glazed salmon, slow roasted. Thanks for the channel points, Whitcode, for making me go away. Yakbull has arrived. The humans from the realms of stone have arrived to trade. You know, because the map is a dishonest narrator, and we've stopped getting information from these humans, I wonder if they've just killed themselves and they no longer exist. Jess, thanks for the raid. Cheers. I feel like you're ending early. Hope the stream was good. Guys, if you don't know Jess, she's been playing a lot of the Crusader Kings the Third. And she's part of my stream team. Lantre, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for the third month. Welcome back.
Crip beer.
There we go. Welcome back. Cheers. But chat, go give Jess a follow. She's good people. Most recent recruit into Halcyon Frequency. And I'm trying to put DF commands into my Twitch chat. That's not very helpful. 110. That's an old empress. Empress of what? What country? What on earth is that? It's a handkerchief with a heart on it. So what that means is in the K-pop, right? When you really, 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 really love somebody, right? You grab a very sharp object, okay? And you run straight at them when they come out after their show, and you stab them repeatedly in the chest. You rip their chest cavity open, reach inside, pull their heart out, and hold it in a cloth and run away with it. I know a lot about K-pop and know exactly what I'm talking about. Something sinister. Yes, very sinister. Seems legit. Totally. This is why they're giving us K-pop emotes for Halloween. I mean, obviously, when you love somebody, you have to steal part of them from them to keep it with you forever. How can you ever prove to anybody else that they love you completely and forever if you don't have their forearm under your bed? I mean, it's just... It's the only way to show true love and emotion. Also, seriously, K-pop emotes. Still can't get over that, but... Seriously, though, thank you very much for the raid. I'm glad stream was good. I've just been rambling about nonsensical garbage and playing dwarfs because I'm having a day where I'm having a hard time braining. Braining is difficult. Currently, we're trying to trade with the humans. By that, I mean I'm going to give them a lot of rock crafts. Where are they getting all those? Oh my god. That cloud of dwarves coming from the top half of the map there are all getting crafts from where Rhinestone died. Because to those of you who don't remember, Rhinestone owned like 150 different bracelets and shit that he wore at all times. Oh, you missed my glorious description of what that cloth is. Probably for the best. Hope you got good noms. You don't know enough about K-pop to dispute it? Yeah, and that's why K-pop stars aren't allowed to go outside or acknowledge other human beings because they don't want to get their hearts stolen. Fortunately, though, we live in 2020 where bionic hearts and implants exist. So if you get your heart stolen, you just quickly run over to the hospital and then someone gives you a new heart. Because, you know, K-pop stars are also robots. They're not actually human. They're the first cyborgs. They're genetically modified people bred to be zombified, non-human machines that do nothing but sing and act in really, really, really bad soap operas. Have you ever actually, like, tried to watch a K-drama? Because that shit's strange. Like, you think advertising is bad in North American TV? Holy shit. Or Western TV. Holy shit, you should watch some K-dramas with K-pop stars, because God, that shit's bizarre. Also, I read an article the other day about a particularly popular Chinese drama that recently had a release on Canadian Netflix, which is why it was in the news. But apparently they color the sky. They use CGI to make the sky blue. Which blows my frickin' mind. Yeah, the hyper ones genuinely, the hyper ones genuinely upset me. Let's trade with these humans. I'm pretty sure I know which craft that was. I think that was the ring. I mean, obviously, Hexco Burr. Obviously. It's obviously what that... CBC Gem? What's CBC Gem? Samurai Gourmet? Is it about food? Because I can't watch food shows now that I'm a type 1 diabetic because it just makes me depressed. I used to watch so many cooking shows, but like, I can't do it anymore. Yeah, no, I would die. I would actually die. Are you trying to kill me? Literally, like, looking at cooking shows is like, it's worse than watching sappy chick flicks for me now, because sappy chick flicks just make me depressed. But like, watching food shows is like the equivalent of just being like, here's a thing that you'd never be able to carb count correctly and would make you sick for 8 hours. And it's like, makes me so sad. I mean, that's not a cooking show, Patolis. That's Gordon Ramsay shouts at motherfuckers. That's different. That I can watch. That I can watch. But food shows that are all about food porn, just can't do it. Also, I don't generally watch Japanese shows or Korean shows because I have a real hard time keeping up with subtitles. But that's a my eyes problem, not generally the fault of the show. What about food hentai? Food pervert? I mean, I don't watch hentai of any kind. I mean, I have, but I don't go out of my way to because I don't find that shit even remotely entertaining, attractive, or interesting. In fact, I generally find it kind of gross. That being said, I have edited hentai. But that's a different story. What are you digging? Oh, the maze. Oh, okay, they still haven't finished digging that out. Look at all these gems in the maze. Picked a good layer to build the maze because it's full of gems. What if the food tried to seduce you? I have seen American Pie, if that's what we're talking about. Specifically the first one. Because that man does fuck up an apple pie in that movie. Well, kid fucks an apple pie in that movie. You know, I unironically enjoy that movie for nostalgia reasons. Not a very good movie, but I enjoy it. He definitely got seduced by that pie. It's an extremely stupid movie that I really like. I think everybody's allowed to like a couple really dumb movies. The human bowman and the great horned owl is fighting. The flying iron arrow strikes the great horned owl in the upper body, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the gizzard. He just fucking killed a great horned owl for no reason. Me? I've eaten many an apple pie. Also, chat, I've got a question that I saw on Twitter the other day, which made my head hurt a little bit. If Red Bull gives you wings, what does Diet Coke give you? Aside from health problems. Burps? Sure. You're a heretic? That's fine. Type 2 diabetes. The shits, I guess. Wait, what? Diet Coke gives you the shits? I don't believe I've ever had Diet Coke. I know I've had Coke Zero. I don't actually think I've ever had Diet Coke. Fins. Let's see swim. A Southern American accent. Diet Coke gives you diabetes? What? Flavor of dirt in your mouth. Yep. Yep. That I agree with. I'm missing nothing. You don't like the taste of Coke? I used to drink Coke when I worked the night shift at McDonald's, but not Diet Coke. I drank regular Coke. And I drank it because it was free, and because in the summer it was like 40 to 45 degrees Celsius in the kitchen. Hey, Cyrolac, how you doing? So it got hot in the goddamn kitchen. And because of that, I needed something cold. So I drank a lot of milkshakes and Diet Coke. Or not Diet Coke, and regular Coca-Cola when I worked the night shift. Just to, like, keep cool. It was more a practical thing. But then, like, the last 2 years I worked there, it was all just ice water. Ice water, or for a brief stint, beer when I was bringing beer into work. But that's a different story. I had a problem. I've never... Wait, I'm assuming they make Diet Pepsi. I don't think I've ever actually seen Diet Pepsi. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've had Pepsi. We have a class upcoming, but this is so much more important. He'll be back in a bit if I'm still on I-80. We'll see you later. I mean, when your kitchen is like, I don't know, maybe 20 by 5 meters, and you have 3 grills, 8 oil vats for, 8 oil vats for, meats, and 5 oil vats for fries, a heating element, a heating rack, and all of the various machinery keeping things cold in the fridges, because fridges output a lot of heat. And then also make it summertime with poor ventilation and AC that's broken. Yeah, it gets real fucking hot in those kitchens. You're loving the labyrinth? I'm working on a video of the beasts that we let fight in here. And we made a statue of the victors. A statue of Ettins. A rendition of the godly knowing victims. An image of 2 Ettins and a figurine. The 2 Ettins are striking a menacing pose, and the 2 Ettins are raising the figurine. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. Alien Slayer is correct. Food service industry is literal hell. Has been linked to the development of type 2 diabetes. Fascinating. I didn't know that. Heart disease. I knew about heart disease. Research has found that a serving of an artificially sweetened drink per day is associated with 8 to 13% higher risk of type 2 diabetes. Fascinating. Although I wonder if that's... If you're drinking diet fizzy beverages, I wonder if that's also just, like, going to say something about... hey, Infinity. I wonder if that's... just saying something more about like diet in general versus like drink choices. It's like if you eat a lot of healthy foods, you're more likely to drink a lot of things like tea and water and more natural drinks versus like if you eat a lot of processed food, you're more likely to have processed drinks, if that makes any sense. So I wonder if it's more just a drink habits in general. So we gave birth to a boy! Woo! Babies! Thank Christ. I was starting to get worried. It's been a while since we've had babies in the fort. So who wants to be Sui's most recent child? Just raise your hand if you'd like to be entered into the fortress, and I will just pick favorites. Lobo, we'll see you later. Here's friend. New child sees the light of day. My arm is twitching. Dibs? Is... my, see if this shows up. This whole muscle right here is twitching. Like, not quite doing it enough to show up on camera, but the whole thing is twitching. I think I'm dehydrated. You are not dead. Cyrolac. Diet Coke. Or diet drinks. Let's go with Lord Floof. Lord Floof is new. If your dwarf isn't, like, full of themselves, calling themselves Lord Floof, then... His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His nose is extraordinarily short, and he has a clear voice. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. He is the son of Sui and Hot Cup of Tea, and is a faithful worshiper of Shin, and an ardent worshiper of the fuchsia. So you worship the god of Earth and the god of... Wait, is that the god of Earth? God of jewels and wealth, I was wrong. And god of persuasion and speech. You personally treasure leisure time and think that it is very important in life, and you dream of raising a family. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He tries to do things correctly each time, and likes a little bit of excitement now and again. He has a calm demeanor and is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. He could be considered rude, and he doesn't mind a little... and wait, hold on. He could be considered rude, and he has a greedy streak, there we go, and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. Often feels envious of others and winks when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. And streamer needs to read some word vomit. If you'll give me a moment. Harry Potter was exciting vicariously when moist carpets disrupted heavens. Broken sentence make break brain float sadly spiraling downward. Hippopotamuses play with inflatable dingoes nonchalantly. Zutton almost lost the hedgehog spoke. Talk disgust. Grammar don't become fat stop. What? Please, my dudes. Please. Please. Oh, Darkest Dungeon 2 teaser is out. You understand everything now? Darkest Dungeon 2 teaser.
You were right to fear the world. It has gone mad. The gutters brim with poets, and decency lies burning in the street. But this is not a time for heroes. Look instead to those battered souls who have known fear and failure.
They're doing the
in
3D
ample
thing.
proportion. But rise again to reclaim a glimmer of hope from the spreading stain of the darkest dungeon.
Coming to Epic Games Store 2021. Press 1 if you're mad about that. I'm not surprised. But my problem with that is it's going to be the same game. Like, what are they going to do differently? I probably won't play it. I never got heavily into the first one, but I did love the music and the voice acting. I think the music and voice acting in that game is phenomenal. I turned into a fucking Schwarzenegger for a second there. Iron Bin. 80. Assuming we make it to 2021, right? Yeah, they're gonna do the the tried and true method of the Hades technique. You know, put your game out on Epic Games, get a bunch of money, and get a small dedicated group of people that give you a lot of feedback and a lot of testing, and then come out on Steam and sell 1 billion copies. It works just fine. Looks fine. I don't know. Yeah, I never got into the first one. I tried during the early access, and then I tried again during the what do you call it? The release 1.0. And it comes back to the fact that I really almost forgot what I was gonna say. Don't like turn-based combat. I just it's boring. So fucking boring. Like that style of party-based turn-based combat, I'm good for like an hour, and then I just want to gouge my eyes out because it's like, it's just weird because like I love turn-based RPGs in the form of traditional roguelikes, right? I love that style of turn-based RPG. Don't like the JRPG style combat. I just don't. You unironically got quite stressed over the possibility your characters die. See, I didn't have a problem with that because they were all like just copy pasted clones of each other. So like, I don't know. I love Broken. Better late than never, right? Must have been weird getting raided by Sui, yeah? I woke up this morning, I was like, why the fuck is Sui on? What? I am very confused. And a tribute from the Realms of Stone. Looks like they're either bringing strawberries or fire clay. That red thing is either strawberries or fire clay. One of the two. Probably strawberries, because they often bring us strawberries. Thanks, Phineas. Cheers. Yep, I was right. 5 strawberries, 5 grapes, 1 silty clay, 2 alpaca wool bags, a spiked copper ball, another iron anvil, 1 granite crown, 25 iron arrows, 1 willow barrel, 10 badger blood. Who doesn't want blood of a badger? Oh, the irony there. 5 yak cheese, and foxtail mullet flour. Good shit. Sounds like someone took after my heart. Cold fire. That's yeah. Screw that shit. Why the heck were you even streaming? I mean, I literally, like, I usually roll out of bed, look at my phone, open up Cringer or FG or 2D Kiri or somebody and watch for about 10 minutes before I crawl out of bed in the morning. because right now it's less than 10 degrees Celsius when I wake up, and it's cold in my PJs. So this morning I open up my phone and I see Sui. Select Sui and just immediately type it, why the fuck are you awake? And it said, you can't type this in because it goes against her terms for chat. So I was like, then why the hell are you awake? Couldn't say this because it goes against terms of her chat. Sui, why are you streaming this early in the morning? Cringer sounds like an app out of context. Cringer, but it's a dating app, but only for big, chunky men with beards. Definitely my type. It does sound like an app out of context, doesn't it? Damn. I'm pretty sure at least one person here knows who I'm referencing. Cringer, the streamer. You confusing with that too, and you had the advantage of hearing me say that last night you would try and get up early or late. Really? I don't know. I don't believe I've ever seen Sui on that early. I'm about the only streamer you know. To be fair, I don't know very many streamers anymore. I used to know a lot of streamers and used to consider a lot of streamers friends, and now I have a very small crew that you should go watch, which is the Halcyon Frequency. My stream team. They pretty cool. Jess is one of them. And maybe if I have anything to say about it, we can sell some team-branded... Some team-branded ugly Christmas sweaters. Hey, Bog2, what's up? Dwarves have arrived. I think we'll do Halloween Fort tomorrow. What do you guys think? We can figure out what the fuck's up with that water. The dwarves are here to trade. But our liaison has arrived once again from the mountain homes. They're here to discuss our situation. There's much to share, and they've updated our maps once again, and I'm going to continue just asking that they bring us wood. Also, so a few years ago, the elves didn't trade with us. I just realized we haven't traded with the elves once today. The elves sent a trading caravan, but no caravan actually showed up. Since then, they haven't traded with us. That's pretty sus. And that's the first time I've used that term. Yeet. Context? Hi, Hobo. How are you? Well, then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. We were definitely running out of them. Yes, definitely. What, Hobo's sound? Hobo's a loud boy. Context for what you said. You said that you got some wood. Do I need to call a cop? Or, I want to know. Horse leather armor? I'm assuming it's leather armor made out of horse leather? Not armor for a horse made out of leather? I'm just gonna sell them all these goddamn anvils they keep giving me. But Hobo is one of those people who helps me make a living by giving me money every month on Patreon for a custom sound command. Oh, okay. You literally have... Okay, gotcha. I mean... I'm buying wood from the dwarves so I don't piss off the elves, but it also just dawned on me that the elves haven't traded with me in a while, so it's possible maybe... Oh, yeah, it's definitely a horse made from leather armor. Yeah, it's like a statue. Someone recycled a bunch of horse leather and made it into armor. Also, I think we're going to try and finish... I'm not a pervert. I was just simply asking for you to clarify. I think we're going to try finishing Fear tonight. What do you guys think? I mean, come on. What better opportunity for you to use, There we go. They did bring me fish this time. How nice. What better opportunity for you to use Sir Baka than this? So, Hobo, how many of the K-pop emotes do you have now? I have all of them. I left Disnof's stream up all night and woke up this morning with all of the K-pop emotes, and I was like, great! Fucking phantasmic. I need wolf meat, because I've got a bunch of dwarves that specifically like wolf meat. Wolf kidney. Wolf lung. Also, a lot of dwarves like water buffalo, so we'll buy that as well. Hi, Cappy. How you do? Yes, part 2. That is the event that Twitch decided to do for October is K-pop emotes. Sponsored by Big K Pop. Get all your popped Ks over here on Twitch. Not Halloween emotes, I'll have you know. It's a bloody ripoff, I tell you. It's a bloody conspiracy ripoff nightmare of sadness. I love some ketamine pop. Yeah, right? Who doesn't love that ketamine pop? It's obviously pop music from Kentucky, right? That's what K-pop stands for? Kentucky Fried Pop? Yeah, no, it's funny. Like, I've had some people, like, straight up say that they're going to intentionally try to not get them. And on one hand, I get it. We attracted no migrants again. What the fuck? I have space for 2. Like, on one hand, I get it, but Kentucky Poppers? Yeah, you buy them from KFC. They're like that little, like, chicken thing with the potato wrapper. They, like, put chicken in potato and then, like, bread it and deep fry it. And that actually sounds kind of tasty. Now I want to, like, take chicken, roll it in mashed potato, bread it, and deep fry it. You got the worst one, too. Hey, Chad, gift a bunch of subs so Hobo gets K-pop emo. I'm joking. I mean, I already filter out the hyper emote, so. It just sucks because it's like, it's literally just, I know a lot of people that are like, I'm gonna, like, Spitalier has been cheering 100 bits a day instead of the 300 that he normally cheers, and I'm pretty sure that's because of them. But, like, just passive resubs, it's gonna be real hard to dodge them. To be deep fried? Yeah, I guess you're right. Mashed potato works as breading. But, SLMS, how you doing today? It's good to see you. Add cheese? Yeah, I guess you could. A little bit of blue cheese.
Fuck you, Twitch.
That's funny. Hold on. Hobo, I'm screenshotting that and putting that on Twitter. If you don't mind. That's just funny. I'm doing all right, SLMS. I'm doing all right. Today's been fun. And thanks, Hobo, for filling the leaderboard up with purple instead of gray. While my dwarves make masterpiece rope breed cloths. I had several sad deaths today. I've seen Hellsing Abridged, although I avoid all of that shit these days for personal reasons. Why is Twitch being weird so weird lately? Amazon. Why? Also, Hobo, can I post that on Twitter? I'm sure you don't care, but I want to confirm that you're okay with me posting that. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sucks because like the first ever limited run of emotes they did was the Halloween event, wasn't it? Like where they had the zombie, the uber rare zombie kappa that I think Hobo has. I don't know. What's fuck? What are we fucking?
Fuck you, Twitch zombie kappa.
Yeah, you know what? That's even better. I'm gonna tweet that as a response to my. Bring back Zombie Kappa. We want Zombie Kappa. Halloween is like my season, you know? For a lot of people, it's like, oh, you know, they love Christmas or they love spring or they love whatever season. Like a lot of people have a specific season that they like. I like Halloween. Also, Hobo, thank you very much for literally doubling my bits revenue on the week. Cheers, man. Followed by snow. We don't really get snow here, unfortunately. Not that they would care. I mean, what I should show them is that my Patreon funding is up in October and claim that that's because of the event. Just because you like round numbers? Cheers, man. That's what I need to do, is I need to say, yo, my Patreon's gone up by $40 this month, which is true. It has. Because some people edited their pledges and I got a few more new patrons, which is keeping me funded, so thank you. Hopefully one day I won't need to worry about bits because we'll just be funded through Patreon and subs, because that's all I really care about in the long run. Because, like, as much as I love streaming, and I really do, I want to be in a world where I don't need to worry about, you know, the bits leaderboard being full every week, you know? And I don't really need to worry about it, but I kind of do still. Because currently off of Patreon and subs alone, I don't make enough. But I'd like to get to a point where I can. Historically, they did a lot of discounts in October. There was $1 resubbing, gifted sub. Yeah, do you remember when you could gift subs for 50% off? Like and actually that's generally September because it was always September, right? Or Subtober. But it was always September that shit happened, and they did a lot of like that one year where you could gift subs. Yeah, it was September, but you could gift subs for 50% off. That 1 year. God, I think that might be the most revenue I ever made in a month. Actually, no, the month I got partnered was the most revenue I ever made in a month. But that was close. That was a wild month. Everybody unlocked so many emotes that month. I don't know, man. There's the Outpost Liaison again, playing that pitch blend Bilar every year. Some things never change. I like it. My mayor demanding anything? Make windows. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to get to that position, but I'm kind of hoping that we'll get enough new folks in throughout the launch of Dwarf Fortress on Steam that I'll get closer to that position where I don't need to worry about this stuff. Like right now, the thing that I've been debating, it's like, it's my partner anniversary on the 30th. And the default thing to do would be like a subathon, right? But the combination of the K-pop emotes and the general dislike of the K-pop emotes combined with the just asking for money nature of this business makes me really want to not do that. But like financially it would be smart for me. I don't know. I'm just constantly torn. Like I love doing this for a living and I love having this job, but like there's some sides of the business of it that bother me a little bit more than they should. I've always wanted to just be a stream/creator where rather than depending on a few people for a lot of money every month, I depend on a large number of people for small amounts. Because it's easier for everybody to afford. It's the dream, really. Get all these gems out of here. I'm replaced with boulders. Man, we're making so much nice pigtail cloth. Just wait for them to come get those gems, because they'll get them out of there real quick. Yes, Squug, you are very smart. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fortunate. I don't need to be super ASCII when it comes to money, and neither are any of the people that I associate with. But there are certainly some channels I've stumbled upon in the past that are borderline gross with the amount of demands they make from their audience. Some duck metal? Okay, first off, that should be in music. And I've seen that. Release the quacking. I've seen that before. Or in memes, one of the two. That's fine. I mean, Chubby, everybody goes to that meme of the, because, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. A lot of people go to the, that one girl who just screamed, "It's only $5, right? That person. Everybody goes to that meme, but like, she isn't even the most egregious one. She's just funny because it's like, oh, well, that's just ridiculous and over the top, right? Yeah, exactly, right? Hobo? It's like she's just easy to make fun of because of how blatant and tactless she was about it. But I mean, even in her case, it worked. You watch after that historically hilarious clip, she makes a lot of money in gifted subs in the next 10 minutes. It's like, it's not even a matter of being tactless about it. It's a matter of being honest about it. It's like, okay, how much do you need? How much do you need to survive? Okay, well, not every business is going to be the most profitable business in the world, and you have to respect people's means and ability to keep you funded, you know? I don't know what you mean, Chubby. The hard part about doing this is getting these boulders out of here. Not in this fort. It's late autumn right now. Unless you're talking about in real life. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably what I'm gonna what I've been thinking about doing on the 30th, because the 30th is my normal day off, and this is just a question for you guys, because the 30th is the day of. Well, number one, it's my normal day off, but number two, it's also the next Halcyon after hours, so it'll be the next time we play board games or some other co-op game with team stuff. And I'm thinking, what if I just get up early that morning and just play Trackmania for a few hours and just kind of chill out and reminisce and hang out with you guys. And we could play the Autumn 2020 tracks, so it's free to play, so anybody can just pop in and play. And then after that, I'll just do the Halcyon After Hours stuff and call it a day and pop a beer or something. Crack open a beer and then do Halloween-y stuff on the 31st. Not this coming Friday, the Friday after, so the 30th. The 30th of October marks 2 years since I got Twitch partner. So if that works for you guys, that might be what we do. Because Trackmania is a good mindless, like, I can just play this and not think about anything else and just chat. Hang out. So day before Halloween. Also, I'm fully planning on buying myself a pumpkin and carving that pumpkin and putting it up as a Patreon-only video. I need to put something up on Patreon. Since I have this GoPro. My cooking is so freaking boring these days, there's no reason to film my cooking, but... You won't go down to go up in a corporate world. No offense, Chubby, but I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to say. Let's also have a connector right here. I kind of want this top side to be very interconnected. We've made 60 leather caps, not cups, caps. Maybe once it's actually impressive. I don't really see the reason to post it. Anybody can make a maze. It's your melancholic mood. You want a link? That's it. I've been in a very melancholic headspace, and the reason for that I've mentioned frequently. The years since my ex moved in. So I've been in a very reminiscent, heavy, melancholic mindset for the last, like, week and a bit. That's the wrong button. For the last week and a bit. Like, a year ago today, I was sitting in the Just Chatting directory in a blanket, sitting cross-legged in this chair over there, fucking talking about how I was gonna have to go get a job in a week. Or not in a week, but in a couple of months. Because I wasn't doing well enough financially to continue doing this full-time. And people basically made my Patreon go from like $40 a month up to a few hundred, which has kept me here. It's like literally just that. Like, otherwise I would be working part-time. I'd be working 2 nights a week, probably. Could be a mystery that tempts people here. I mean, I would like to post, well, I mean, I'm making a Today in Dwarf Fortress about this maze. So, at some point I'll need to put that here. But yeah, no, I'm still here, which is fucking wild. And I do have the side job. I work for my parents, but like, I would have had that either way. I would have had to get a job on top of that job. This time last year, by now. Also, shoutouts to Eric Shadowblade, who had the realization that this fortress is literally an open grave. It's just a giant open grave. And this year I'm just sad because, like, fucking Metaltober can't happen, which makes me really kind of down. I don't like putting my name into my forts. It really kind of breaks my immersion, you know? Like, that's not something the dwarves would knowingly do. Because they don't know about me, the omnipotent creature that is designing their fortresses and giving them orders. They don't know that I exist, right? So that, I don't know. I don't like doing that because it heavily breaks my immersion. So if it breaks my immersion, then... No, like, that would also break my immersion because they wouldn't know about my skull logo. Maybe if the fortress image was a skull or something, but it's not. Hey, Beefcake, how's things? Good evening. Also, that room there, I'm thinking, can be a spot where I can release maybe animals into the area to make things more interesting. So when I release a bunch of big creatures into the maze, I can release a bunch of kangaroos back there or something. All right. Let's also put an entrance over here. No, I know what you mean, but I don't do things that break my immersion, and that just breaks my immersion. There is no argument or discussion there. It breaks my immersion, so I won't do it. I know lots of streamers will do that. They'll like put their name on a level or something. But I don't know. I don't like doing that. The thing I hope about this maze is that, and the reason I kind of want to hide treasures and loot and stuff in here, is something I'm really hoping people will do is after this fortress and world is done, I'm hoping people will explore this fortress in adventure mode. I think that that would be really cool. So doing great. Oh, that's awesome. Good shit, man. So I'm kind of planning on like building or hiding little Easter eggs in this maze, you know? Bowling for soup. BFF is also what the streamer I watch calls his subs. Last OST, yep. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. I mean, I listened to Bowling for Soup. I'm familiar with the song. Or rather, I've listened. I don't really actively listen to them, but... God, this fortress has so much alcohol. In midwinter, year 88. We've gone through a lot of years this year. We started in year... We didn't start in year 81 today, did we? Or no, 83. It was 83 we started on. So we've been here for 5 years today. A long time. Got a lot done today. They're kind of done. Yeah, but like I grew up with them, so... They were like everywhere when I was younger. Also, I hope I don't sound like I'm bitching about money when I talk about money in this industry. I don't want to come across like that. I know that kind of shit can come across bad sometimes, so... You could understand wanting to vent. I'm just mad that some people are still allowed to make money in this industry. There's some very dishonest people that make a lot of money in this industry. How's it feel streaming on the site that Onision is partnered on? It feels like I haven't heard the name Onision in about 11 years? That's how it feels. He's not dead? What? I don't know. Because I'm streaming on the site, same site that significantly worse people are partnered on. I mean, it'll probably be out next year. So unless you just had some really awful news, Spears, the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress will be out next year. It was supposed to be out November this year. But then Tarn worked on Villains for an extra 4 months. And then didn't release all of Villains. You can kind of tell how far through they are by all of the posts. Excuse me. Here's the thing, right? The drawing isn't what determines the speed of Dwarf Fortress getting released on Steam. And if you think that what determines the speed of Dwarf Fortress being released, you don't really understand how game design works. Because the art is not what's slowing them down currently. It's the redesign of the whole UI, right? And that's not a feature creepable item. That's a... Ooh. Cryo's getting 5 hammer strikes because I didn't realize I needed to make windows. I hope that doesn't kill Cryo. You do realize that Meph stated in that thread that it'll take him 3 weeks to get all those drawings done. And they're literally doing extra stuff now because most of the art is finished. Like, they... Aside from, like, nitpicks and tweaking, like... They straight up... Meph straight up has stated, and so has Mike, that they're more or less done with the tile set side of things. I hope he puts pre-orders out. I kind of hope they put pre-orders out too, but for selfish reasons. The reason I want them to put pre-orders up for Steam DF is because just having that shoot up to the top of the purchases directory would help my stream out a lot. But I don't think they will. But no, the thing that's taking time is Tarn's only one programmer, and all of that UI needs to be rebuilt. And he's also not the most experienced with making UI, you know? Tarn's a mathematics and systems designer, not a UI designer, right? So that's what's taking time. It's not the tile set that's taking time. I mean, Meph's made a tile set, Mayday made a tile set. Exactly, and there's only so much they need to do for the Steam version, right? And it's not like normal DF feature creep problems where you have, oh, let's make a new feature. Okay, how are we going to do this feature? It's very easy to expand upon that exponentially because of the way DF works. But when it's like, you need to remake every single screen of the game. Okay, well, we know what's done. We know that the embark screen is done. We know that they've said that the world gen screen is done, but they haven't shown it. We know that the zoning UI is done, and based on the last video, we know what bits and pieces are done. Also, Seth, the gem cutter, has been possessed. Of how spaghetti the DF code is? I don't know, because I don't know enough about coding. Ooh. Squug just beat the ever-living shit out of somebody with his hammer. Cryo is... okay, his arm's broken. He's fine. Not that I blame Squug for being mad because, well, his wife died. But yeah, no, it is a meme about how spaghetti the DF code is. That being said, that meme is probably relatively true. Before it's getting kind of violent, I mean, the mayor's wife died, so I'm not surprised. Seth is creating a perfect gem or something. That's actually kind of awesome. So Seth is a jeweler in real life, and asked specifically to be a gem cutter. And the dwarf just went and is now making an artifact gem. That's awesome. Also, let's unpack this for a second here. Dragon Man just gave birth to a girl while fighting a Kia. While fighting a Kia on a bloody altar. So Dragon Man immediately drops baby on ground to continue fighting the Kia. While this dog over here is just having a panic attack. And I think there's a book or soap on the ground. One of the two. It's a book. So there's a book on the ground, and they're literally sacrificing this Kia on an altar while Dragon Man stands on a table in front of this Kia pooting out a baby. And the baby stands up. Who wants to be this baby? This might be the birth of Stone, too. I don't know about you guys, but I've been following DF since you were like 13, and to see this video game... Child, flower, and grow... Yeah, Spears, that's gotta be amazing. I mean, I tend to agree. What are her interests? I don't know. Stone's first dwarf was pretty legendary, so maybe it's time to give Stone another baby. Stone the Third? I think this is Stone the Third. Your parents are Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Your siblings are Narvicious, Sparkly, Vuzel, Coldfire, and Mika. All adults. No, I've been promising Stone another opportunity in the fort for a while. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her long hair is braided. Her tall ears are slightly flattened. Her hair is a crew. And her skin is sandy top. I mean, spears, that would be fitting, because all of my dwarves are spear dwarves. All of my military are using steel spears. Never sick and slow to tire. She can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Prefers everybody live as harmoniously as possible and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. Enjoys the company of others, and she has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Oh, Nervicious, you have a new sibling. Stone the Third, and her first words are "ga." Mother gave birth while standing on a table in front of a swords dwarf who was stabbing a Kia to death on an altar in a temple. These dwarves are into some weird rituals, I'm telling you. She occasionally overindulges and does not often feel lustful. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She's a friendly individual, and she's burdened by this tendency because she dislikes the idea of friendship. She often acts with compassion. When she becomes exasperated, she begins to speak very deliberately, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And the Kia's dead. That was a general temple. Specify a new image. Kia. You know, we'll make it a giant Kia for the legends. An altar. And a dwarf. Object. The dwarf, giant Kia. Of course we can. This is Dwarf Fortress. This is an image of a giant Kia, an altar, a dwarf, and a short sword. The dwarf... Oh, no. I got that backwards. The dwarf is being flayed by the giant Kia. No. The other way around. Actually, you know what? Fighting with. The dwarf is fighting with the giant Kia. Giant Kia is impaled on the sword. I don't think birth is an option, no. No. I'm not going to add the part with the dwarf giving birth. And babies aren't an option. I don't think. But I could make... Stone isn't a historical figure yet. Oh, wait, no, hold on. There you go. This is an image of a giant Kia, an altar, a dwarf, a short sword, and Dragon Man, and the dwarf Stone the Third. The dwarf is fighting with the giant Kia. The giant Kia is impaled on the short sword. Dragon Man is embracing Stone the Third. Anything else? You can't make a statue of a baby. Baby isn't an option. Because you're a baby, right? So you'd be curled up. This is an image of a giant Kia, an altar, a short sword, and Dragon Man, and Stone the Third. The dwarf is fighting with the giant Kia. The giant Kia is impaled on the short sword. Dragon Man is embracing Stone the Third. Stone the Third is in a fetal position. The altar is screaming. How'd we do? That good? Does that accurately depict this part story in time? The gloved roars, the strapping arena. I mean, of course some artistic license was taken. You know? That's why it's a giant Kia, not a Kia. Obviously, it's a giant Kia. Screaming altar ties it all together. I mean, how else are we going to accurately depict this grand tale in time twinge? Treaty Fire Birth. Okay, hold on. Treaty Fire, rear compound. Treaty Fire the Birth. How's that? You're really surprised there's no option for birth? Not in... I mean, I could say a dwarf is drowning in another dwarf. But you don't really drown in the womb. Embracing and drowning? I don't know. That's getting a little bit too weirdly specific. Is destined for greatness? I hope so. All right, so this is going to be an Electrum statue, by the way. Yeah, kind of gross. So, like I said, I think I'm going to skip that bit. I'm going to stick more to the, you know, the giant Kia impaled on the short sword. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Keep working. Why? Done. Also, if anybody wants to do that from this screen, the way you do it is stat you. Pick whatever material you want for statue and how many. Select it, and then hit D, and then press enter. But it's not working that time for some reason. Anyway, yeah, and then you can just make them make whatever you wanted. A dog is fighting? Oh, also a dog was in that mix. But you know what? That's okay. We're not going to worry about it. I think that's going to go into the history of the fort. Down here. In this room. Also, Seth is still having a strange mood, so we're going to get an artifact in a minute. You hope it turns out to be a masterpiece. Yeah, and you know, this is why you need to pay attention to the little events in DF, you know? I'm keeping an eye out on who makes it. Let's also not forget the part where Cryo right now is in the hospital because they got beaten by my mayor. Another Kia is fighting. Oh, boy. They try to steal my books every year. They go straight for the library. The one thing that they want. The children of Dragon Man should have some epic moments. Yeah. I mean, Dragon Man is one of the few mothers we have in the fort right now. Very valuable dwarf. There we go. Jack Nurick III. who's, I guess, Stone the Third's uncle? Or aunt? Uncle, who currently feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Feels very vengeful and is the one who's been instructed to make this Electrum statue. Stone the Third is unfazed by death. All right. Crafted a perfect sard. I'm going to screenshot this and give it to Seth next time Seth swings by. Because that's Seth's real-world profession is gem cutting. Made a perfect sard. It's worth 4,800. This is a perfect sard. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion sard cabochons. Not the most exciting artifact, but a beautiful one nonetheless. Vu Bok Krungak. Made of sard. Obviously, because it's sard. You must have canceled making it because I'll bet you I don't have enough charcoal. Bet you that's what it was. Bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-dum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Also, Fort's a little bit laggy because of these damned Kias. And also because we're smoothing walls of this maze. Immobilized break. Someone's got still got a broken arm. At least Scrumpet really likes her job. Satisfied at work. Self-pity after being unable to practice martial art. Wants to practice martial art, though. I should put you into the bear fighters. A perfect sardine. You do realize, you do know what a sard is, right? It's the Jupiter rock. And then immediately you get Steven Universe stuff, but okay, so instead of Jack Derrick III making the Electrum statue, we have Eric Shadowblade making the Electrum statue. Statue of a giant Kia. Ba-da-dum. Bow. 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 It could go in the temple. I'm putting it in the history of the fortress, but we have that image saved now, so I could go up to the temple, for example, and engrave the floor or the wall, and go to details, go to existing image, Treaty Fire the Birth. I want that same image drawn on the wall. Also, why is there a arrow in my book vault? It's a Brander Bunny rendition of Treaty Fire the Birth, an image of a giant Kia, an altar, a dwarf, and a short sword. And Dragon Man the dwarf, and Stone the dwarf. Stone the Third the dwarf. The dwarf is fighting with the giant Kia. The giant Kia is impaled on the short sword. Dragon Man is embracing Stone the Third. Stone the Third Treaty Fire is in the fetal position. The altar is screaming. Mentioned by the eternal adventure of time, a local dwarven government, which is going to be mostly the same description as the statue, which is currently being placed by Narvicius, which is fitting, considering it's a statue of Narvicius's relative. Random observation. I just learned that Patreon's email that randomly sends out emails for, or not randomly, but sends you out emails for notifications from posts from people that you follow on Patreon or give money to on Patreon is bingo at patreon.com. That's interesting. Why is it called bingo? And the humans from the football hooligans have arrived with what seems to be a very heavy tribute. Also, it is the first of granite of the spring of 89, which means we are 84 years in. I think that we should let them drop off their tribute and continue playing through Fear. So while they're dropping off the tribute, I will say thank you so much to everybody who has tuned in for Dwarfs today. If you're here specifically for Dwarfs and you're going to be tuning out, hopefully you won't, but I understand if you do. I recommend you go watch either Nico live. What's with these VTubers randomly streaming DF? Out of nowhere, like 4 VTubers have started streaming DF. Anyway, that's besides the point. Niridin is doing his 21 more days of Extra Life of DF daily stuff, so you could go watch some Extra Life stream charity things. There's someone I don't know named Fisk Meshi, a VTuber for some reason, and Pythania, who I've watched once, and they had a pretty good mic. Also, Iron Horstel, who I think I've seen before. But I would recommend Nico live because his stuff's great. Yeah, so we're going to be switching over to the original Fear from 2005 and trying to finish it up because we're getting close to the end of that game. Hey, Mr. Copper, we're just about to switch games, but what's up? How's things? As soon as this damn slow-ass human gets down here. Yeah, it's so thick that, like, the caravans couldn't get through it all the time, so I had to build a road through it. That's how thick that forest is. So what do we think this human brought? Because he's having a hard time carrying it. It's heavy, whatever it is. It's bloody heavy. Yeah, it's a very thick forest. The elves love it. A rock. It's like a piece of solid obsidian. Piece of granite. Forge? Like a whole forge? I don't think they can carry a workshop. You mean an anvil, maybe? And he's also having a really hard time getting down the stairs. He keeps on, like, shimmying with his guard and come on. You can get there, pathfinding. Come on, you can do it, pathfinding. And he throws it onto the trade pile. What is it? Group of alchemy for the spring of 89. Well, I mean, okay. What the fuck is a gust pipe? A lommable bag, 2 bobcat leather sandals, a block of clay, and whatever the heck a gust pipe is. I guess a gust must be an instrument, right? That must be a really weak human. Because it actually took him 75 years to walk down. What the hell? It's a bloody slow human. But still, I don't know. Not bad. Not bad. It's a bit better than last year where they brought us clay. So, they still brought us clay, but at least they brought us more than... Sand did indeed bring us sandals. Yes. The human named San brought us sandals. Wouldn't that be amazing if they brought us a horse head? Or a horse skull? Here's a severed horse head. This is not a movie reference. We swear. But yeah. Today was memorable. We had several deaths. Several dwarves lived. Many dwarves lived. We had some first baby in a while, which is good. Some very long-lived dwarves died today. Some of natural causes, some of violence, which is not a natural cause of death. And yeah, like I said, if you're here for Dwarf Fortress specifically, and you're tuning out, you have a fantastic evening. But we are swapping over to our October playthrough of the classic Monolith title, Fear. OG, original, the first Fear, which is 15 years old. This will be our third session of Fear 15 years later. Let's dive in, shall we? And if you're